Under the Hibiscus, a Suamalie Islands noella, written by Chautona Havig, narrated by Krista Del Sorbo. Chapter 1. May 20th, St. Allen, Suamalie Islands. When her favorite swim tops stretched and sagged in both unflattering and immodest ways, Ezra Nehemiah Keel should have known it would be a rotten day. She stripped it off with the skill of one who spent a lifetime changing in and out of swimwear and snatched up her yellow banana top instead. This one was an inch too short and showed a bit of her midriff sometimes. She didn't care, but a couple of the church ladies would have something to say if they saw it. Fine. She'd wear her breezy cover-up until she reached the Hobie. Then it was wind, sails, and sea for the first day off in weeks. Her father's latest project, retyping, arranging, and formatting the translated sermons of St. Allen's first Protestant minister, had taken every spare moment of her time for the past 3 months, and she was sick to death of the thought of it. "The word of the Lord compels us," she muttered. Seriously, the guy had used it almost as often as a Midwestern U.S. preacher might begin his sermons with, "So?" Or maybe the Midwestern amen, "Yeah, sure, you betcha." Okay, those were ridiculously stereotypical, but even Dad had commented that it was worse than his seminary professor's "I submit to you" every third sentence. With one last application of lip balm and the tube tucked into her board shorts pocket, Ezra examined herself in the old stained mirror and declared herself perfect. For sailing, that was. The rest of her still had issues she didn't have time to think about. The temperature had cooled to a perfect 75, despite a heat wave the week before, and out on the water, peace, relaxation, and no compelling words of the Lord every time she blinked. Her phone chirped a moment later, and her father's face filled the screen. Just like him to call and tell her to enjoy herself. He'd probably promised to cook dinner, which meant barbecue pork ribs or grilled mahi-mahi. Still, no cooking for her. "Hey, Dad, just..."
"Got an email from the board. They need the fiscal year expenditures report this week instead of next. I'm on the way to Bible study. Can you add the last receipts to it and zip it over before you head out?"
Zip it over. Add a few, as her father probably thought of it. Numbers and just hit send. If only it were so simple. Forget that May was the highest expense month of the year, spending the rest of their allotment before the funding from a few donors who had the U.S. governmental approach to budgets dried up as not needed. Dad always called it the spend it or end it method. Ridiculous. In a rare moment of sticking up for herself, Ezra counter-offered, "I can send it tonight after I get back. Everyone's waiting for me." Silence. That wasn't good.
"That would have worked."
"But you told them I'd get it to them right away, as if that were even possible."
"But I said they'd have it in the half hour."
"Dad, that's not even possible if I start this second and work as fast as I can. There are enough receipts that it'll take a few hours at least." Ezra looked up from the floor. When had she started staring at her toes, and met her own gaze in the mirror? Stay strong. This is important.
"Well, it's good they said by end of day was fine."
Her mind did rapid calculations as she stuck her tongue out at herself. "Dad, that's 2 hours in Virginia time. I can't possibly get it done in 2 hours. At his sigh, she added, "I'll take a second and send an explanatory email. Let them know they'll have it by morning, our time." There, that was firm and respectful, both.
"Never mind. I'll cancel Bible study and get it done. It can't take long. You've been working hard. Go have fun."
A contrary twitch tempted her to call his bluff, tell him thanks, and go off to enjoy her day. And it would never work. She couldn't enjoy herself knowing her father had missed his primary job, teaching the brothers on St. Alan the Word of God. That would ruin everyone's fun. "It's fine, Dad," she couldn't help but add. "But next time, ask if things are ready before you commit me. This will be late, long after office hours. I'll be on it through dinner for sure. You'll have to figure something out yourself tonight. Sorry." And before she cried, Ezra ended the call and sent a message to the WhatsApp chat for this trip. "Dad has an emergency. Can't come. Sorry." After thinking for a moment, she added, "Pray, please. This shouldn't be an emergency. I have to talk to him about this stuff." An hour later, with a Samoa milkshake to drown her fiduciary woes in, Ezra sat still, typing 501, plus a few dozen more, receipts into the spreadsheet. Her phone rang, and between entering the toilet paper order that should take them through next May and the communion cups that could last 6 months or 2 years depending on attendance, Ezra tapped the handset button. "Bonjour, St. Allen's. Ezra Keel speaking." "Ezra? Mallory's friend?" The temperature in the house rose by 50 degrees and her hands stilled. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. My name is Marissa Hornigold, and I was hoping for your help." As delicious as pork ribs sounded, Scott Keel opted to stop by the fish market and grab a couple of mahi-mahi. A glance at his phone reassured him he had time for a bit of a lemon soak, Ezra's favorite. Pedaling home on his beach cruiser, Scott imagined seeing her lying on the lounge she'd recovered with a large piece of siapo gifted from one of their prayer warriors. The traditional bark cloth had been stamped with dark hibiscus on its tan background, and Ezra loved the effect. Scott would have preferred something softer, but since he never sat on the lounge, he hadn't said a word when she ripped off the plush green velvet and stretched the Samoan cloth over it. And she'd be reading a book, of course. Ever since Mallory Barrows back in the States had opened that traveling bookstore that always reminded him of that one with the horse and wagon, Pegasus on wheels or something like that, Ezra had been kept in a steady stream of, "You've got to read this." The latest? Some book about books by the looks of the stacked ones on the cover and something about "Words Between Us" for a title. He'd also have to make up the loss of the trip. Riding on the Moreau's Hobie 16 was a favorite escape of hers, and their ministry had taken over again. "What do I do, Lord? We are here to serve your people, not ourselves, but even Jesus had a Sabbath, after creation and here on earth. We never do." Their fala loomed ahead, a small house with the traditional Samoan oval domed roof. No, there weren't sugarcane leaves covering it, although Scott had been secretly disappointed when he saw the corrugated metal roofing of his house and church upon his arrival on St. Allen 30 years earlier. All that research on how the falas were built, and his only had the general shape. Coral trees blocked the view, but as he rounded the corner, the hibiscus and ava around the yellow doorway signaled home. "It's been a good life here, Lord. Thank you for keeping us here." Ezra was not lounging on the lounge. She wasn't in the kitchen or in her bedroom. As he wandered through the tiny house he'd once considered little more than a hut compared to the 3,000-square-foot colonial he'd grown up in back in the States, a sinking feeling kicked his gut and added a second kick for good measure. Maybe she hadn't been exaggerating. "Ezra?" When she didn't reply, he pulled out his phone but called out louder, "Ezra Nehemiah?" A faint, "Out here," told him she'd holed up in the church office, an 8-by-8 room with a small window and highly uncomfortable chair. It also held their struggling computer. After rinsing the fish and squeezing a couple of lemons over it, Scott covered it and popped it in the fridge. Time to see what the big fuss was about. A small breezeway separated the office from the house, and the office opened up to the large falla that served as the church. It had once been a plantation overseer's house, but the mission had bought it, stripped off the traditional thatched roof, and put up a much more serviceable, and loud and ugly, corrugated metal roof there. Scott stuck his head into the office, a bit stuffy today.
"What are you doing?"
"Receipts?" He blinked. Not possible. When he realized she was still at work, he figured on some accounting discrepancy. While his daughter was a whiz with numbers, something she'd gotten from her mother, Scott's strengths lay in languages and scripture.
"How? It's been hours."
"I told you, Dad. All the end of the year ordering has to be recorded. I'll be here until midnight at this rate." The orders. They never seemed real to him until it came time to find places to store everything, and most of what they'd ordered hadn't arrived yet, and she'd been there since 8 o'clock, almost a full day's work.
"Why don't you go take a walk? I'll work on this until time to grill the fish and then pick it up again after dinner."
Ezra didn't move. After flipping over yet another invoice onto a stack that threatened to topple, she said, "No, I'll finish." She gripped the mouse until her knuckles turned white before he saw her entire posture relax. A bit. Turning to him, she met his gaze and held it. The love in her eyes. How had he been so blessed with such a daughter? "I got a call today. Mallory and Benjamin are getting married. His mother is sending them here for a honeymoon, so—" This time, the loving gaze turned firm, almost harsh. "Once she arrives, I will not be available at all. I'm taking a vacation. I need it."
"Of course."
Ezra cut him off. "If you need anything done while she's here, you'll have to find someone else to do it because I'm going to be waiting for any second she has to spare with me." A blush tinged her tawny skin. "I mean, it's her honeymoon. She'll be, unavailable much of the time, but I want to be ready to jump in and take them anywhere and do anything they want, whenever they have the desire." Exactly what his girl needed after a long, tedious project and this one. Definitely.
"That's great. I can't wait to finally meet her. And you need a good rest."
If relief could be captured, Ezra's expression would have been its poster child. "Thanks."
"I think if you could just set up the Sunday school schedule, find someone to take your teen girls' Bible class, clear out the inbox— oh, there was something else." It took a moment before he remembered. "And set up my counseling schedule. That'd be great."
For one wild, unfathomable moment, Scott could have sworn she'd started to tell him no. Then her shoulders sagged, and she nodded. "I'll get what I can done, but you'll need to find someone else to go to while Mallory is here." After glancing away, she looked back at him. "I mean it, Dad. I need this." Relief flooded him.
"Of course, I agree. This'll be great. Oh, don't forget that there's the work party at the Martins. Be sure to send out reminders."
"Sure." And with that, she turned away and began typing numbers into the spreadsheet again.
"I'll just go start a salad to go with the fish."
Ezra didn't reply. It took every bit of resolve Ezra had, but she had to stand firm before her father forgot everything and left her unable to enjoy her time off. Firm. She could do it. His agreement started to soften her resolve. Maybe Dad really did understand and just forgot himself sometimes.
"Forget that there's the work party at the Martins."
He said something else, but Ezra's head had begun to buzz. "Sure." How she managed to get that word out without slicing him with it, she didn't know. How did people work at jobs they hated with awful people? She loved her father and his ministry, but sometimes it drove her sungally, loony. When he mentioned something about starting a salad, now look who wasn't really listening. Ezra didn't reply. She couldn't. One step at a time. And maybe when Mallory is here, she can help me figure out how to tell Dad I quit. Chapter 2. Not possible. Natalie Dersham read the executive memo that had just pinged her inbox and reread it again, certain she'd missed an important preposition or conjunction or something. But no. Her dream job had lasted all of 6 weeks and a day. Now they were kicking her out. Okay, so they were kicking everyone else out too, but still. How does a shiny new resort with only 4 weeks under its belt discover black mold in the offices? The ones in the rooms above made more sense, but after further consideration, Natalie decided she didn't want to know. Instead, as the directive insisted, she removed the essential contents of her purse, wallet, phone, etc., left the purse on her desk, and exited the building. By the side entrance, a man stood with Ziploc bags, Malolo resort t-shirts, and drawstring shorts, passing them out as employees exited. Showers to the left, most likely not needed, but management would appreciate you taking the precaution. I'll bet they would, trying to avoid a lawsuit. Still, she moved into one of the silly makeshift shower tents, dumped her wallet, phone, and planner in the Ziploc bag, put her clothes and accessories into the plastic laundry bag hanging there, and scrubbed up. Was it awkward to see the heads of her co-workers peeking over the tops of the shower curtains? Yes, it was. 2 weeks of vacation after only 6 weeks of work. In any other scenario, she'd expect a don't come back email as soon as she'd vacated the premises. Except she was good at her job, had 6 months of weddings, conferences, and holiday events already either booked or with deposits to hold dates. 6 months in 6 weeks for a resort with very few reviews yet. She could see those reviews now. Gorgeous resort with every amenity, including boutique mold. Natalie had made it home, into her bungalow at the edge of a fa'atoanga. It still seemed like a long word for a farm, and into a cool wrap skirt, tank top, and oversized shirt tied at the waist before her phone rang. Remembering the parting admonition to wipe everything down with distilled vinegar, she dashed for the cupboard under the sink. She'd have to call back. Shipping on her favorite cleaners being cost-prohibitive, Natalie had made the plunge into green cleaning with baking soda, vinegar, and tea tree oil. Her washable paper towels that she'd stuffed in her suitcase when she flew to the islands had already been put to hard use, necessitating an order for more, but she grabbed one out of the drawer and poured vinegar over it. If only Healthy smelled better. The case she set aside to soak in vinegar and water, just in case. Natalie rolled her eyes at the unintended pun. Who could blame her? The calls list showed Ezra Keel. Odd. Hopefully Scott was all right. The missionary who ministered at her church couldn't have been more welcoming and willing to allow her to jump right in and be a part of the congregation. He'd even contacted her home church in Mississippi. From what she'd seen, churches didn't do that much anymore, and she'd also seen the fallout when a well-fleeced wolf tried to fleece the rest of the flock, so to speak. After tapping the call button and putting it on speakerphone, Natalie commenced rinsing out the towel. "Hey, Ezra. Everything all right?" "Yes and no." A nervous murmur slid into an even more nervous-sounding giggle. "No one's injured, but Dad's going to be if I don't get him some help." Natalie laughed at that. "What's he doing?" "It's not him, it's me." That prompted a laugh from Ezra. "I sound like I'm breaking up with him." A followed. "Actually, I am. Just a we're stepping back kind of break, though. Again, Natalie felt compelled to ask, Is everything all right? Yeah, but my friend from Georgia is coming, her honeymoon, actually, so I want to be available whenever she has time for me. Dread wrapped itself around Natalie. She's not staying at the Malolo, is she? The apologetic tone answered before Ezra did. Well, I think they have an Airbnb, actually. Good. Now's not the best time for Malolo, but don't spread that around. I could get in trouble. So, how do I play into this? Do they need someone to arrange some activities I could... No, it's Dad. I told him I'm going to be unavailable for the 10 days they're here, so... Ezra sounded pained. He's going to need help. Dad's great at the ministry side of things, talking to people, praying with people, sharing the gospel, creating his lessons. The sigh that followed sounded weary. But everything else, programs, record-keeping, calls, prayer chains, everything. He's not good at it, and I am, so I've kind of made it easy for him to expect someone to handle all that, and 10 days of no help will break him. Well, that was simple enough, and a God thing, too. While she pulled a pitcher of sweet tea from the fridge, Natalie concentrated on reassuring Ezra that all was well. Great! I've got extra time right now. Tell me what I need to do, and I'm yours. Oh, I didn't expect you to do everything. I'm just lining up people to help when he needs it. I so appreciate you being willing. That's great. Thanks so much. I'll put your name on a list. If you can just give me your best skill sets so he knows who to call if he needs Excel work or murals painted. Just kidding, she said with a laugh punctuating it. No murals necessary. Maybe Ezra had heard her choke on her tea. Natalie dabbed at the spots on her white shirt and sighed. She'd have to change out fast. Good, but really, I can just fill in as church secretary / Girl Friday while your friends are here. I'm off work for at least 2 weeks as it is. Silence followed before Ezra's usually chipper tone dropped to a near whisper as she asked, is everything okay? With your job, I mean. Just some repairs needed already. Job's fine, but I can't book things when I don't know availability dates, so 90% of my work is on hold. The rest I can do between stuff for your dad. I'll be there first thing, Monday? After an awkward moment of silence, Ezra said, Are you sure? Totally. Quit wasting your day trying to find people to convince to donate an hour or 2 here or there and just let me at it. I've got skills and love to use them, especially for the Lord. This is great. And a huge relief. Besides, Ezra hadn't been home that long from her trip to the conference in Atlanta, and she already looked drained. Giving the girl a couple of weeks off was perfect. She'd have to insist that Ezra spend some time for herself until the resort called and demanded their event coordinator back. With her shirt soaking in hydrogen peroxide and another oversized one, yellow this time, tied at the waist, Natalie began planning out her day. Raised in newness of life, he gave all. I yield all. Praise his name. Praise his holy name. The rich variety of voices blended until the words of the word faded out and only the hum of the large ceiling fans remained. Scott left his stool off to the side of the room and called the motley congregation of islanders, transplants, and a few tourists to a closing prayer.
Lord, we stand, sit. One eyelid opened for verification before adding, and kneel before you, in awe of your goodness and love for us. Let us be like David, prepared to do battle against those who would silence you in our lives. Give us boldness to speak truth, grace in how to share it, and discernment to know when. Be with us this week, Lord. Help us to look to you in all we do. The rumble of voices began, rising louder with each passing second. Laughter erupted over on the left, a child's squeal on the right. The Karen sisters made a beeline for him, and Scott steeled himself against whatever the day's offense would be. Okay, Lord. Today's guess, not enough scripture references to back up my points.
He never got it right, but he always imagined the Lord understanding his attempts to find humor in the frustration rather than wallow in it. Surely Jesus had dealt with a couple of sisters Karens in his day. Brother Scott? To a newcomer, the women would probably look like twins. Tall and thin, with aristocratic noses that hinted at their French ancestry, while their dark hair and eyes and warm brown skin spoke to a Samoan heritage as well. They even dressed alike. Same outfit, but different colors. Barely. While Sister Rosalie wore a coral skirt with tropical leaves all over it and a matching suit-like short-sleeved jacket, Sister Marguerite wore red that leaned heavily toward the orange. To make things even more confusing, Sister Marguerite was married, and still the locals called them the Karen sisters. "We wondered," began Marguerite. Rosalie picked up the baton. "If you considered our suggestion for more hymns in French? It's such a vital part of island culture, but with the resorts taking over." Marguerite shook her head with the air of one who had no hope for future generations. "Our young people are becoming more like Americans every day, all the English and the slang." Rosalie sniffed. Both women spoke in perfect unison at that point. "Disgraceful." He needed to concede. Sure, he'd been sent to teach English and, when possible, Bible to the islands, but that had been over 30 years ago. Things changed. The English classes had slowly given way to mostly Bible classes, as he'd hoped they would, and the church had taken over. But now, his first responsibility was to the needs of his church rather than an out-of-date ministry plan.
Why don't we start with one a week and see how it goes?
Both women beamed. Marguerite, without taking her eyes off him, elbowed her sister.
Didn't I tell you he would pray about it and the Lord would show him what needed to be done?
Rosalie beamed right back.
That you did.
Behind Scott, someone cleared his throat, and Marguerite patted her sister's arm.
"Well, my husband is waiting for his dinner, so we'll just be moving along. You and Brother Scott have a nice chat. I almost envy you. As Paul says, the single are free to focus on the things of the Lord."
As if on cue, Luca reached around Scott to take his wife's arm.
"And yet you and I may magnify the Lord together, my love. Encouraging sermon, Brother Scott."
With a solicitous smile to his sister-in-law, he added,
"Are you sure you won't come home with us, Rosalie?"
"I have things to do here, Luca, but thank you."
Uh-oh.
The matchmaking appeared to be in earnest again. Every quarter, the sisters tried a new tactic to open his eyes to the perfection that they thought Rosalie would be as a wife. Every quarter, Scott had to find some new project to bury himself in. And of course, now would be the time Mallory had to come and take Ezra away. A new thought formed. Then again, now was the time he had the least help.
Thank you, Lord.
With as genuine a smile as he could muster, Scott stepped back.
I should be going as well. Ezra has a friend coming for a couple of weeks, so I'm without my girl Friday. I need to...
Before he could continue, Natalie Dersham appeared. "Excuse me. Sorry, Brother Scott. Sister Rosalie." She addressed him. "I just wondered what time you needed me to come in the morning."
In the morning?
"Didn't Ezra tell you? I've got a couple of weeks off, so I'm going to try to keep Ezra's plates from crashing to the ground while she's taking what I suspect is a well-needed break." Was it his imagination, or did Rosalie just mutter,
"She just got back from a trip." Oh, now that you mention it, I think she did say something. I've been distracted.
Even Rosalie smiled at that. Scott shrugged.
Nothing new there, right?
He turned his attention to the young woman.
Well, whenever's convenient.
I'll be there at 8 then.
8? 9 or 10 is plenty early.
But before he could vocalize that thought, she'd gone. To his relief, one of the elderly women paused to speak to Rosalie, so Scott smiled his goodbye and made his escape. Now, all he had to do was stay out of her sight until everyone left and he could lock up. The effort ended in failure when he was reduced to hiding in the men's room until he felt sure the coast was clear.
Sorry for the prayers for my bowels. A guy's gotta do what a guy's gotta do.
Without a single person in sight as he locked the doors, Scott breathed easier as he rounded the building and strode toward home. A glance at his phone told him he was only 15 minutes late. The mouth-watering scent of Falai Kapisi reached Scott even before the fala came into sight. The lamb stir-fry was his favorite, and considering the ever-rising cost of lamb, he surmised that either Mallory had already arrived, not likely, someone had gifted them a meat, a reasonable assumption, or his daughter was buttering him up for something. Probably the latter as a reminder that she wanted time off. Well, he'd give it to her. How many times had he pulled out his phone to ask her to do something and made himself consider if it could wait a couple of weeks? A lot. She might never know it, but it would be good for him to see how much he asked of her. After 30 years of just the two of them, he'd come to rely on her, probably too much. Not for the first time, when he entered their home, Scott paused and thanked the Lord for a girl like Ezra. He'd been so hopeful for a son, someone to take over his ministry when he was too old to do it. How short-sighted he'd been.
Hey, Ezzy, I'm home.
I'll let this Ezzy know if she comes in, Ezra shot back. He moved to kiss her cheek before snitching a piece of meat from the pan and saying,
That's what you get for leaving me at the mercy of Rosalie Karen.
Ezra just grinned at him. They'd seated and sang their short prayer of thanksgiving for another week and the meal before she spoke again. Mallory arrives tomorrow.
And you already got me a stand-in for my favorite girl.
Scott winced.
That doesn't sound right.
Whatever he'd said broke the ice, though. Ice he hadn't realized had been forming over their relationship. Ezra laughed. Going to dump poor Rosalie for Natalie? Scooping up a forkful of rice and lamb, Scott smiled at his daughter.
Doubt it. That insane woman is going to be here at 8 o'clock tomorrow. 8.
Even Rosalie wouldn't expect you before 9.
Right?
Everything seemed perfect between them until Ezra began stirring the last few grains of rice around in the sauce left on her plate. Dad?
I know, sweetheart, I know. You're off as of now. I'll cover meals. I'll put off what I can and give Natalie whatever she can do. I rarely take furloughs, so if anyone complains, they'll just have to accept that the keels have keeled over for a couple of weeks.
Though she smiled, Ezra didn't look as pleased as he'd hoped. As he cleared the table and began washing up, Scott decided that she didn't believe him. Well, he'd just have to show her. That's all. Chapter 3. May 30th. Luamua Airport, Suamalie Islands. One by one, passengers appeared at the top of the ramp leading down to baggage claim. Near the lone baggage carousel, Ezra bounced, paced, glared, and generally made a nuisance of herself, looking for Mallory's frizzy hair behind, between, or around any of the other passengers. When no one else appeared at the top, and the other passengers began to crowd around the carousel, Ezra pulled out her phone to check the flight number and time. 10:18, Flight 301, South Pacific Air. So where were they? A giggle to her right made her whirl to greet her friend, but she blinked at the sleek blonde and... Wait. Mallory, what did you do to your hair? Isn't it great? I need to win the lottery so I can do this every couple of months. It's awesome. If the patient look on Benjamin's face said what she thought it did, Mallory had been rhapsodizing over her hair ever since she'd had it done, and he didn't like it. Well, I'm sure it's easier to take care of, but I think I like the natural curl better. The buzzer blared, the light blinked, and the carousel began chugging, effectively cutting off the discussion. Not that Ezra was complaining. The last thing she wanted to do was start off her friend's honeymoon by criticizing a hair choice. The moment they had bags in hand, Ezra shifted into helpful mode. So, hungry? Need to go straight to your Airbnb? Want to lie on the beach and have a nap? Go to the church and make puppets for the upcoming VBS program?
I vote that one.
Benjamin grinned at a yawning Mallory.
Just to see what kind of puppets Mallymon makes when she can barely keep her eyes open.
I have to stay awake until 1 o'clock. Then I can have a 1-hour nap. Then I have to stay up until at least 9. That's what Dad said. He ought to know. That thought heated her cheeks, and Ezra gave herself a sound scolding for it. You've got no right to judge what Mr. Barrows repented of and Jesus forgave. Pointing out different buildings and resorts on Luamua as she led them to the shuttle, Ezra pummeled them with questions. Did they want food or lodging first? A straight shot to either, or a tour around the islands on the way? When Mallory wilted, after she asked if the flight had been good, Ezra caught Benjamin's eye and nodded. I think what we need to do is get you to your place. I'll go grab some food and bring it back. Then you guys text me whenever you want to see something or anything. Dad said to leave you the car so you won't have to rent anything. Right or wrong side of the road? Mallory asked. Ezra didn't even have to answer. Benjamin pointed at the lane their shuttle was using as it drove toward them.
Looks like we share the same rite of passage, so to speak.
Can you believe this guy? Mallory gave an exaggerated groan. That's like the 5th dad joke he's made today. It's like he got married and the gene kicked in. Maybe you're already pregnant. Think of that? As much as she wanted to say it, Ezra just helped heft up suitcases into the shuttle and requested a stop at the marina. The driver laughed.
Ezra's driving a boat, he warned the rest of the passengers. Stay away from her if you don't want to take a swim.
Ha! I'm not the one who had to start driving a shuttle because I couldn't stop playing bumper boats on the water. Though she winked and hugged him as she passed on her way to her seat, she mouthed to Mallory and Benjamin, No joke. The St. Allen's church boat wasn't much to look at, but it was watertight. Most of the time, it sat unused in the marina until some visitor came who needed a ride from the airport on Suamalie's capital island. Not really worth the upkeep, but people usually enjoyed the ride. 5 minutes in, Ezra realized that Mallory and Benjamin might be the first people she'd ever ferried to their island for whom the ride wasn't a novelty. Mallory sat, head flung back, straight hair, that was still really weird, flowing out behind them. Benjamin sat with one arm around her shoulder, watching the water. It wasn't until they'd disembarked and climbed into the new land cruiser someone in the States had donated to the ministry that she thought she knew what he'd been doing. See any signs of fish you'd be after? From the back passenger seat, Benjamin said,
Not really. I was checking out water conditions. I bet it's rough when the sea gets churned up.
Can be. There are tiny islands around where some people can get beached until someone goes out to find them. Gilligan's Island? Mallory joked. Pretty much. One couple got stuck for a week, had to eat what they could find, the works. The car grew silent again until Mallory ran her hand along the armrest. Nice vehicle. Ezra explained about the donation and sighed. It was a thoughtful gesture, but an unnecessary expense in a place where scooters and boats are more efficient, especially considering the cost to get it here. And the gas. The cost of gas is astronomical around here. It's getting bad back home, too. California is paying double what we are. She turned onto Fontaine and began looking at addresses. Houses over here were pretty ritzy, left over from the plantation era and refurbished. Wow, you really went all out for your honeymoon, didn't you? These places are huge. Mallory threw a look over her shoulder at Benjamin and said, What did your mother do?
Nothing. She apologized for it being so small, remember?
Pointing out the rolled-down window, Mallory argued, That isn't small, and it's the smallest I've seen. Oh, look at that red bird. Stop, there's another one. Though Ezra stopped and reversed, it took a minute before the birds returned. She grinned. Cardinal honey-eaters. Pretty, aren't they? Wow, yeah, I get why they call them cardinals. Wrong beak, but... She shushed as one flew close to the land cruiser and darted off again. Wow. Mallory shot a look back at Benjamin. I knew the wildlife would be different. I just hoped for monkeys or something. Not hardly, Ezra muttered and set off down the road again. I think it has to be this next one, but... The address was right, but as they pulled in, a small, tasteful but clear sign pointed guests to the right. They wove through an avenue of young bamboo, a nice touch, and parked in front of what wasn't much more than a couple of sheds shoved together and a porch added. Wow, that's smaller than Joni's place. Ezra had to agree. But it looks really nice from out here. Go check it out. I'll get your bags. After a lifetime on St. Allen, Ezra would have thought she knew all the houses, but she hadn't counted on houses behind houses on larger properties. Then again, it was one way that locals could afford to keep their property in a world of ever-increasing taxes and hardball purchasing tactics by resort conglomerates. And the little cottage-like hut was pretty cute. Benjamin helped Mallory inside and rushed back for their luggage.
I'll get those. She needs a nap. I see the signs of a migraine. There's supposed to be coffee stuff, but would you wait until I check before you go? Might need you to do a store run or something.
I'm leaving the car here, but I'll go get stuff first if you need it.
How will you get back?
A friend is on standby. Ezra rolled her eyes at the raised eyebrows. A girl friend. Okay, so she's a teen in the church, but she's a lot of fun and needs stuff to do to keep her out of trouble. Trust me, you're doing her parents a favor by letting her come get me. Let's check on that coffee. 10 minutes later, with Mallory sipping a cup of caffeine, that is, coffee, eyes covered by a sleep mask and feet up on an ottoman, Ezra took off down Fontaine, ready to catch up with her ride, if it ever came. The first call came an hour after she got home. Natalie. Hey, quick question. I tried asking Brother Scott, but he just blinked. I mean, I was on the phone, but I know he just blinked before he said,
I don't know. Ezra always.
Of course he did. What is it? Sorry, I tried to figure it out on my own, but I can't. An email from the mission board came in asking for total attendance for all events for the fiscal year, but I can't find anything that looks like it's comprehensive, and I'm afraid I'll miss a document. There's one for mailing lists, Sunday services, men's Bible studies. Okay, don't laugh. This'll teach me not to change Dad's crazy file names. So you're digging in all the wrong places. There's one file that I keep things in for him because it's how he thinks. It's insane, but whatever. Do a search for the nice list. A strangled cough followed. Then Natalie choked out, "Do the people who quit coming to things get put on the naughty list?" "Well, yeah. He made the original file while we watched The Santa Claus when I was like 4. I pointed out that Santa's name was Scott, like his, and—" Of all the things Natalie could have said, "I love it, that's great," would have made the bottom, if she'd have thought to put it on there at all. Following that up with, "Okay, I'm out of here. Go have fun," and disconnecting put Natalie to the top of Ezra's non-existent, but coming soon to a notepad near her, Christmas card list. "I'm really doing it this year." She followed that up with, "even if she's the only one I send one to." A text came in inviting her to another afternoon out on her friend's Hobie, and Ezra squealed. She zipped back a reply, promising she could come as long as her guests didn't have plans for Thursday afternoon. "I'll see if they'll schedule some of their personal time during that afternoon. I'm sure they won't mind." Guilt tried to make a nest in her heart, but she swept it out with the reminder that this was their honeymoon, and Mallory knew better than anyone just how rarely she got to go out with the few friends she had. "I can ask. She'll be honest if it's a day she had something she wanted from me, won't she?" And if she didn't, wasn't that on her? Ezra sure hoped so, because all this time with Mallory and an afternoon with her friends was exactly what she needed to get her through to the end of the year. Since she was home again, Ezra decided to do some meal prep so her father would have real food to eat. If all he had to do was pop something in the pan to heat up, or cook something without having to slice and dice, well, "I could see if Natalie wants to eat too. It's the least we could do." She found Natalie in the office, plowing through emails at the speed of light. "Hey." The woman whirled around and stared. "I didn't mean for you to come home. I've got this." "I was in my room when you called. Mallory's fighting off a migraine, so I'm free for a bit. You didn't interrupt anything, I just—" Despite aching to know how things were going, Ezra stuck to her plan. "Thought I'd make a few meals for Dad when he gets home, and wondered if I could make enough for you to eat with us." She could see Natalie ready to refuse, and knowing how long days could be, she felt compelled to convince the woman to let her do it. "It would really help if you could pop something in the oven if it gets late and he's still not back. I couldn't ask if you wouldn't eat some of it, though. I mean, you'll get home late enough without having to scrounge for food at that point." Which argument worked, Ezra didn't know, but one did because Natalie relaxed. "Actually, that would be wonderful. I was planning to do a lot of eating out these next few weeks, but my budget wasn't happy with me." "Great. I so appreciate it. Is there anything you don't like or are allergic to?"
Not a fan of raw fish, and I've never met kale that I liked, but otherwise—"
Well, that was easy. "I'll have stuff in the fridge. Work your way down the shelves whenever you decide to make something. Dad won't remember, and he might move stuff around, but the stuff on top will be best the sooner it's eaten."
"I'll take over making supper so it all goes smoothly,"
Natalie insisted. Her southern accent was a bit stronger than Mallory's, but it soothed rather than grated. It probably had something to do with being from a different area of the South. Maybe Texas? One of the Carolinas? Who knew? Ezra shrugged off the thought, thanked her, and went back in to start planning. By 4:45, everything she could find to do had been done. Not that there weren't a million other things that probably needed attending to. Natalie could tell they had tried to minimize her workload, but she wasn't having any of that. Depending on what time Brother Scott might be home, she should start supper. Her gaze strayed through the screen door and across to the minister's fala. Going into someone's house, even to help, just felt weird. However, if she didn't, Ezra would probably cut short her time with her friends to ensure Brother Scott had a good meal. Go in now and cook? or wait until he got home and make him relax? Could she even do that? Okay, Lord, question for you. Is it out of line for me to think that Brother Scott is pretty inconsiderate of his daughter? That's all it took. Natalie closed out the browser, the Excel program, and Word. Before she could close out the inbox, her heart swelled at the nice, empty box. Another email came through before she could hit the X. Spam, trying to convince her that she needed discount Viagra. Not hardly. It wasn't until she'd closed the office that she realized they weren't targeting her. Logic said they probably were going after Scott, but with Ezra's name, it could easily be her. It must be worth their time, she muttered as she opened the back door to the Keels' follow. But I don't know anyone who actually buys from those things. Then again, would they admit it if they did? In the kitchen, she checked the top shelf of the fridge. Fish fillets and cut-up peppers and onions sat in containers atop each other. A sticky note on top said, "Make rice, Dad, or you'll be starving in an hour and you know it." He really is hopeless, isn't he? Fish cooked quickly, and rice for 3, she'd make enough for Ezra just in case, wouldn't take long either. Natalie pulled out her phone and called Scott. His warm greeting soothed a bit of the irritation that had begun to well in her. "Ezra made a bunch of meals for us, and I said I'd cook 'em, but I don't know what time you plan to be here. I don't want to fix anything and have it get cold. Do you know when you'll be back?"
I have a private Bible study until 6. It's a 10-minute walk home, so probably 6:15 to 6:30. You know how long it takes to say goodbye around here.
I'm from the South. I get it. Dinner'll be ready at 6:30. Just tell 'em you have someone ready to beat you over the head with a frying pan if they try to keep you too late. His laughter. If they could bottle that somehow, they'd make millions. Something about it always soothed and invigorated at the same time.
Will do. See you then. Are you staying to eat with us?
Ezra threatened to stand up her friends if I didn't, so I said I would.
Great. See you then.
Except that 6:30 came and went. 6:40 sped past into 6:50. Natalie ate her now cold dinner without bothering to reheat it, covered his, and put it in the fridge. After scribbling out a note that covered 2 sides of a sticky note and needed at least a third, she wadded it up, tossed it, and hopped on her Vespa. The thing looked like it shouldn't run, but it hummed its way down the road, around the resort that should be buzzing with activity and barely hummed, and home. The prayerful drive had only increased her ire. Maybe it was taking up an offense for someone else, but Natalie Dersham had a bone to pick with St. Alan's resident missionary, and if he didn't listen, he could choke on it. She flopped down on her sofa, kicked up her feet, and began typing out a text message as fast as her thumbs would cooperate. "Scott, your food is in the refrigerator. Cold." The angrier she became, the faster her thumbs flew. "I get that you have responsibilities. However, everyone can take a minute to call or send a text." She considered her words for a second or 3 before plowing on. "To let someone know they won't make it when they said they would. If this is what Ezra has to deal with, no wonder she's worn to a frazzle. Show some courtesy to your daughter, Brother Scott. She deserves it." After hitting send, she decided he needed to know it wasn't an "I quit" message, and followed it up with, "See you tomorrow, I assume." And with that parting shot, she turned off her phone for the night, pulled out her Bible, and tried to soothe herself in the Word. For the first time she could ever remember, it failed. Perhaps reading about the Levite's concubine hadn't been her best choice. Jerk. Chapter 4. The text message arrived just as Scott stepped into the empty kitchen. He called out for Natalie and turned to go to the office as he pulled out his phone. The incoming text stopped him in the doorway, although relief washed over him after the second. And then he allowed himself the satisfaction of indignation. Who did she think she was, chastising him for not being there when she made dinner? He had responsibility to God's people, to God. Maybe he'd misread it. Natalie didn't seem to be the attacking sort. Scott read it again, and something new struck him hard. Sucker punched him in the gut. Natalie's rebuke had nothing to do with her and everything to do with Ezra. Those words, worn to a frazzle, and show some courtesy to your daughter, those stung. A conversation with the Lord began in the doorway and ended when he realized he'd made it 3/4 through his dinner without bothering to reheat it.
She really got to me, Lord. What do I do? I want to protest, but can I? Do I have the right?
Verses warred within him. Did he need to be about his father's business, or to let his yes be yes? Had he really become so thoughtless that he didn't remember common courtesies? Ezra breezed in as he thumbed through his Bible at a pace that should have meant torn pages. "Mallory and Benjamin are so cute," she called out as she dashed for her room. In usual Ezra style, she kept a running commentary all the way. From across the house, he learned about Mallory's new hair, Benjamin's complete delight in his wife, and even how much the guy loved teasing a blush out of her. "I don't ever remember her blushing like that before," Ezra added as she dashed in to hug him. "And they loved the restaurant I took them to, over on Olioli, where they cook everything on open grills outside. We had tuna steaks and everything was so good, coconut crusted. Next time Vasa goes out, I'm going to have him save some for us to try. How was dinner?" Scott considered brushing it off, but honesty and curiosity won over pride. Barely.
Well, I ate it cold from the fridge."
"What? Why?" She began unloading chocolate ice cream from the freezer. "Milkshake?"
"Sure, thanks."
When she turned to pull out the blender, Scott continued,
"Natalie went home after giving up on me ever showing."
All the clinks and glugs and tinks stopped. "Oh." A few seconds passed before she asked, "How late were you?"
"Just over half an hour, maybe 40 minutes.
Scott tried to make it sound like no big deal, but even he could hear the guilt in every word.
Or 50.
"Dad, she's giving up this time off for us. Why didn't you call back so she wouldn't wait?" When Scott didn't reply, Ezra sighed. "Because you never called in the first place. I get it."
"Do you? Because she doesn't. She's angry, and I'm not sure she doesn't have a right to be."
Instead of reassuring him that Natalie just didn't know how the Keels did things, Ezra began dumping ingredients into the blender. Scott shifted his chair to watch her and winced at the set of her jaw, the squared shoulders, the fierce concentration. She'd have something to say about all this, and he suspected he wouldn't like it. Might as well go for broke.
"She also said I am discourteous to you and wearing you thin."
The emotion he'd been stuffing down welled up in him.
"Is that true?"
Those shoulders slumped. But instead of turning around to give him all the encouragement he needed, she punched the pulse button over and over until that magic moment she decided meant it could go on full blend. The caramel sauce she made and kept in a jar in the fridge drizzled at a snail's pace. A disgusting thought, considering. Down the sides of the tumblers she'd chosen. But still, she said nothing. Only when she sat his down in front of him and sat cross-legged in the chair beside him did Ezra say, "Worn thin? Yes, I am. I'm exhausted. Today was the first day in forever that I felt like I didn't have a million things weighing on me, but... His gut churned. This was bad. Ezra never struggled to open up to him. If anything, he'd been criticized for allowing her to be disrespectful.
What is it? We can't work through things if we don't talk about them.
I checked my phone so often that even Benjamin offered to steal it from Mallory. She said I did it the whole time I was at the conference, too. She shot him a wary look. At least, he thought that's what it was. He'd rarely seen anything but joy or exasperation from her. That was his Ezra, hot or cold. Scott tried again.
Did you?
Yeah, but at the conference, half the time there were messages from you, and I missed more of the sessions than I thought, putting out fires from the other side of the world. I'm drowning, Dad.
Then we'll just have to get you help.
Fixated on her milkshake, Ezra didn't respond at first. Then more came out in a gush. Mallory made me promise not to go check on everything Natalie did. She said I'd never learn to let things go if I didn't just wait until they left to see what did or didn't get done. And Benjamin said something.
What was it?
Scott didn't want to know, but he suspected he needed to. He said that there was always work to do. Always. Finally, someone with sense.
He's right.
And he said that's why Jesus instituted a Sabbath. He said that Jesus may be our Sabbath rest now, but it doesn't mean we don't need concentrated time away from the daily grind to focus on Him alone, so we recharge enough to do those other things.
Ouch. I can't take Sundays off, Ezra. You know that.
But I could. You could take off Mondays.
I have the studies.
Tuesdays.
Senior ministry.
Ezra set her glass on the table and ticked off everything he did, one by one. And how many of those things could be done by someone else? Aren't you supposed to be equipping the saints to do the work of service, rather than doing the work of service for the saints? Aren't you training them to be spiritual sloths? His daughter's eyes grew wide, and her mouth dropped open. A bit of milkshake dribbled down her chin, and just as she'd done when she was 5, she wiped it away with the back of her arm. Scott tried to smile, but probably failed.
And when did you get so wise?
That brightened her eyes again. Ezra took another swig of her milkshake, grabbed her head as a brain freeze seized her, and began re-braiding her hair as she jabbered a mile a minute. The answer turned out to be quite simple. His little girl wasn't a little girl anymore. She'd turned 30 last birthday. 30. Where had time gone?
Your mother would have loved you.
Of course she would, Ezra insisted. I'm lovable, didn't I tell you?
You sure are.
He gulped down his own too big swallow and pressed his own hand to the side of his head.
This one's really good. I can tell by how much it hurts.
Just think if I added rum. He scowled.
You wouldn't dare.
Nope, I wouldn't, but I love seeing your face screw up like that. She grinned. And don't worry about Natalie. I'll just go in and see how everything went, and... Scott rose and carried his milkshake with him.
No, I will. You promised, remember?
Less than 5 minutes later, he returned with a much lighter heart.
Looks good. The reports are sent. The inbox is empty. She's got
Empty? Ezra jumped up and dashed out the door. In a cartoon, her milkshake would have been left spinning in her wake. Scott followed and found her drumming her fingers, waiting for the computer to boot.
What's wrong?
Dad, there are hundreds of emails in there. Some have been waiting for information for weeks and weeks. What did she do with them? The answer came when the inbox icon finally fired up the box. Okay, there are a couple of new folders. waiting on response and to be decided. Phew. She clicked in those. Not enough, though. Only a dozen or so in this, and... She clicked on the sent box and began scrolling. Oh, mahi.
What?
She sent hundreds of emails today. Hundreds. It sounded good to him.
And that's a problem. Why?
I don't know if it is. She turned and stumbled out of the office, muttering something about hoping it wasn't. Maybe it was disloyal, but Scott couldn't help but hope that it was exactly what it appeared. Natalie Dersham knew how to manage things in a way that was more time-efficient, and just maybe she could show Ezra and save them a lot of time. Less work for Ezra meant less stress, and that would benefit both of them. At 10 o'clock, Ezra still hadn't settled in. She had a memoir she'd found on Amazon weeks before, Bones Washed in Water and Wine, and hadn't managed to make it past the 3rd page. A text came through on her 5th pass. Might need to push breakfast to lunch. We can't sleep. Going to try to find a beach and just walk for a bit. Anywhere we should avoid? It was their honeymoon. A romantic night walk on the beach would be a wonderful memory. Ezra zipped back directions to her favorite spot and refused to let herself ask the question she longed to. Mallory's next text killed that thought. What's wrong? Needed at home tomorrow? Instead of tapping out a reply, Ezra called. Can we talk about some stuff tomorrow? Come walk with us. No, you guys are too tired to think about romance right now. Just come walk and talk. Or better yet, give me your address. We'll pick you up. She should say no. Her heart insisted on it. Her mind lectured her all the way through texting the address, grabbing and filling water bottles, and rushing out to meet the land cruiser. Dad had obviously gone to bed, unburdened by the turmoil of the evening. Why don't I have that kind of peace about things, Lord? Huh? Headlights blinded her by the time she'd decided they'd fallen asleep before getting up off the couch. Mallory rolled down a window and called for her to hop in. We turned left instead of right, and Siri took us the weirdest route to get us back here. I think she was trying to teach us a lesson in listening. It only took 10 minutes to get down to the beach by the marina, and with moonlight on the water and a million stars overhead, the anxiety Ezra had been feeling began to ebb with the tide. Mallory pulled her back to shore with one question. What happened today? And the story tumbled out. By the time Ezra ended with, I don't know whether to be insulted, relieved, scared, or confused. If she really did take care of everything, then maybe I can consider a life of my own, one with my own ministry that I'm passionate about. If we could cut work down to a manageable amount, we could hire someone, and I'd be left free to... But that was the problem. She didn't know if she could hand over everything, didn't know if her dad would even agree, didn't know what she'd do if that ever happened. Benjamin addressed the issue before she could even clarify it.
But do you want a ministry, or just some other occupation?
Just the word occupation prompted a shake of her head. Ministry is in my blood. I know I want to serve the body of Christ with my day-to-day life, but... She winced and stopped, digging her toe in the sand and not looking at either of them. Is it awful that I want to find my ministry, not Dad's? I want to use my likes and talents to serve, not constantly scramble to keep up with all Dad's irons in all his fires and keep those fires lit and burning while he's off building another one. It sounded petulant, childish. What kind of daughter even thought something like that, much less said it? But before she could backtrack, Benjamin interjected with a question of his own.
If you could do anything at all, What would you do? What would your life look like if you designed it?
They began walking again, and, being just a couple of steps behind them, Ezra couldn't help but notice Benjamin's arm slide around his wife's waist. Well, I designed that into it for sure. Mallory picked up on that and reached back to grab Ezra's hand. Great question. What do you think? Would you stay here? Go to some other country? Maybe come to the States again? I'd stay here for sure. Laughter from somewhere hinted that tourists had enjoyed a bit too much kava or something stronger. I'd like a business, I think. I mean... How to explain without sounding whiny? I really should have my own income. Dad gives me what he can, but I'm 30 with almost nothing in savings, even less in my general fund, and, yeah. If something happened to Dad, I'd be a mess.
So, business, not a job. Maybe one of the resorts, or...
Ezra cut Benjamin off before he could make her dream of the stability of reliable income. No, I don't know how to work for someone else. I just take over and do my own thing. I need to find a way to make a business be a ministry, too. At least they understood. Benjamin ran the fishing business his father had owned, was his own boss, and loved it. Even Mallory had left a great job in an advertising agency to become self-employed. Mallory... You know, I could see myself doing what you do, Mal. I love books, too. Not fiction, but still. Mallory stopped and dropped to the sand. I'm getting tired. I want to sit and think. Books. I can see that. She perked up and began babbling. You know, you're great with nonfiction. Poetry and essays and memoirs and history, all the stuff I'm not good at. We could help each other and have a more varied stock. True. That sounds perfect to me. And it did. They might each prefer different content in their books, but the general point remained the same, providing mental food for people. Then reality crashed down. But we don't have bridges or ferries, so I'd have to have a brick-and-mortar store. I can't afford that. All real estate, leased or owned, is outrageous here. Well, it had been nice to dream. Benjamin lowered himself to Mallory's side, and Ezra waffled between joining them or heading back toward home. Mallory's next words stopped her. You'd need a boat, I mean. She continued when Ezra froze. If I hadn't already had my tiny house, I would have used a boat myself, but here you'd have to. Can you imagine how cool a bookstore on a boat would be? That was exactly the problem. Ezra could. She could imagine it well. Built-in bookshelves with twine stretched across the fronts of each one so rocking waves didn't knock them out as she sailed from St. Allen to Alexandra to Luamua to Olioli and over to Tiga or La Foina. Books in French, Samoan, and English, of course, for locals to enjoy and tourists to have something to read while they sunbathed. The dream swelled to epic proportions until Ezra could almost feel the thrill of unpacking her first boxes of books to put on the shelves of her bookboat when Benjamin said,
And how will your dad feel about you shifting your ministry focus away from his?
Waves of disappointment crashed over the sand-castle dream and flattened it. He won't understand. With just a whispered, "See you tomorrow. Text me," Ezra took off toward home. Chapter 5. Prepared to be told to go home and meddle in other people's affairs, Natalie arrived at the church and slipped off her heels to make a quiet path to the church office door. Once inside, she closed it as much as she could stand and sighed. So far, so good. Her toes protested as she started to put her shoes back on, and she hesitated. Why not leave them off? Who would see? Achieving inbox 0 had been her first goal, but the way she'd gone about it meant she'd probably have a few dozen to go through today. Still, if she could get a lot of those off Ezra's plate, the girl would have a chance of keeping up in the future. She's one serious food poisoning away from drowning in work that she can never swim out of again. Near 10 o'clock, the scent of coffee brewing drew her away from the last 10 emails she had to deal with. For now. Those 10 all had to do with money, and Natalie needed input before she could proceed. And coffee would be heavenly right now. She hit print on all 10 emails, scooped them up, and went to get Scott's input. As much as she might kind of want to, Natalie knew she couldn't avoid him forever, and the longer she took to rip off that bandage, the better. Scott turned and grinned at her when she knocked.
Hey, come in. I didn't know what time to expect you, but I made coffee.
Been here for 2 hours. Natalie waved the emails at him. I need input on what you want me to do about these. 2 say you asked for estimates. 4 are conference speaking engagement offers, something about fees. All money related, and I don't know the answers. She set them down before him and moved to the coffee maker. Mind if I grab a cup?
Sure, mugs are in the cupboard above.
Scott shuffled one after the other. 2 he pulled out.
No. These are thanks but no thanks. They ask every year, and I always refuse. One takes place during our awakening week, and the other is more a networking thing. I don't network. I serve. He winced. That sounds arrogant.
The poor guy. The way he mumbled and fumbled with every sentence hinted he was struggling as much as she was. Natalie brought her mug to the table and sat down. It sounds honest.
Well, you'd know about that.
Scott leaned back and pushed away the papers.
I owe you an apology.
Time to deal with the growing elephant between them. I didn't send that text to get an apology. I sent it because I'm concerned about Ezra.
Yeah.
Scott stared into his mug as if the Lord would write in the non-existent foam on top and answer all his questions.
She went out late last night and came home distracted. She's also concerned about the emails. She says they're all gone.
That's because I answered and filed them all. As I get responses, I'll be moving things into the resolved folder, but right now I have a few waiting on answers and then these. Scott just shrugged.
They'll have to wait until she gets back. I don't know.
That wouldn't do. Not at all. First, she'd promised to get back to these people immediately. Some had been waiting weeks for a response. Second, a couple would end up costing them more money if they didn't make a decision soon. I'll figure something out.
I could call Ezra. She might know.
Let me handle it. If I can't find how she dealt with things in the past, I'll give her a quick call, but it'll be faster if I go straight to her rather than do the 3-way thing. Scott rose and shuffled to the sink.
I need to go check on a few seniors and prepare for tomorrow night's service.
He'd made it to the door before he turned back to her.
What time do you need me here to help with dinner?
It'll be ready for you at whatever time you tell me you'll be here. If you'll be late... Natalie went through the options on the top shelf and chose the quickest one for that night. Then I could use 20 minutes' notice.
I'll remember this time. 7 o'clock.
He tossed her a smile with the air of an English lord lobbing his top hat at the butler.
And if I didn't apologize, which I'm certain I didn't, please forgive me. You're right. Not calling or texting was inexcusable. I'll put an alarm on my phone so at least I remember to let you know if I'll be late.
As he strode away from the falla, whistling a hymn that felt somewhat familiar, Natalie closed her eyes and listened. Lord, the guy loves you. I could learn a lot from him. He loves your people, too. He just needs to learn to show the same consideration for his people as he does yours. There was no getting over it. Natalie refilled the coffee, added a bit of coconut milk, dumped ice cubes into it, and headed out to the office again. She'd have to call Ezra, get answers, and then get onto sorting the Sunday school materials. A sticky note about the need to sort them had obviously fallen off the monitor and down behind the desk. If Natalie hadn't dropped that pen. Ezra picked up on the first ring. "What's wrong?" "Nothing too serious, but your dad really doesn't know which end is up, does he?" "Oh, no. If it's brother—" No, financials. Let me read 'em off. I just need a yes or a no, and a how to proceed so I don't have to bug you again, and I'm out of your hair." All conferences were a no. Scott Keel didn't leave the islands unless forced. The church t-shirt deal was amazing, but a no. They couldn't justify the expense. Natalie pushed back on that one. "But what if you sold 'em?" "Dad won't make money off the backs of people who support us already. He says it's no different than the abuses of the money changers." "Gotcha. And if you sold 'em at cost?" After a couple more rounds, they agreed to half the order, and she had answers on the rest. "Now, what do I do with future financial things like the t-shirts or the deal on communion cups?" Well, if you have a choice between short-term cost or long-term, go long. Dad is too short-sighted, and it bites us sometimes. Cheaper long-term cost. If you have any niggling that it's not a good idea, then don't do it. Put it on the "we will pray about it" list and move along. Before Ezra could say anything else, Natalie decided it was time to cut her loose. "Got it. I can make everything else hang on until you get back if I don't feel confident. These were waiting too long, though. You go have fun. Bye." There. She'd be done with the email. Nope. 50 more. Seriously? Maybe she ought to unsubscribe to some of this stuff. And with that thought, Natalie set to work on making Ezra's future job easier. She could deal with Sunday school materials after lunch.
Then I said, "Mary Martin, you know you love me, so just marry me and quit fighting it."
Seated under the pergola outside Emile Bouchard's room at the senior villa, Scott laughed at the old guy's antics. He could just see the man twisting a mustache and waggling his eyebrows that Brooke Shields would have envied.
"And how long were you married?" 4 years.
His throat went dry. 4 years? That didn't make sense. He'd met Marie Bouchard. Wasn't it the same Marie?
Took me nearly 50 years to talk her into it, but she relented at last, and although she liked to joke that it took dementia to make her forget she'd already said no to make it happen.
Heartbreaking. 50 years. He couldn't imagine it. Then again, it had been 30 years since he'd held his wife during labor, kissed her at the birth of their daughter, and sobbed as the nurses pushed him out the door while the doctors and another nurse fought to stem the bleeding. 30 years. Where had time gone?
"Should be finding you a wife, preacher. That girl of yours won't be around to keep house for you forever. The boys'll be buzzing soon enough. What is she, 20 now?"
30. Scott barely choked out the word.
"She's 30.
Emile reached for his lemon water and took a long draw. Those full eyebrows were gray now, but they still waggled.
The idiot men around here deserve to miss her. What kind of nonsense is that?"
He didn't know. He didn't want to know, either. Scott just wanted life to stay the same, them serving the Lord together and waiting for the day they could worship him with Isa again. A chiming beep alerted him to another meeting. But what? He looked at the blank note and frowned. 6:40. Scott frowned.
"I'm supposed to do something, but I don't know what. Someone in the hospital, preacher?"
No, that wasn't it. Ezra was out with her friends, so nothing there. He'd visited with all the other seniors, so not that. Had someone moved their Bible study? That didn't sound familiar. An aide appeared at Emile's side.
"So, are you planning to miss dinner altogether? We have lamb chops tonight, your favorite."
Emile grinned up at her and winked.
"For you, I'll eat lamb chops."
He turned his attention to Scott.
Do you want to stay? Dinner. He began texting furiously. Natalie.
With a wave and a dash of his scooter, Scott made it to the end of the drive before he realized he wouldn't make it on time.
And a text will arrive late. Great.
He shot off a text admitting he'd be 5 minutes late and shot home. A traffic jam, such as it was, down by the marina sent him the long way around, through residential areas, and finally up the road to the church and home, to Natalie. And he'd deal with why that felt nice later. Much later. The table had been set, plates on it instead of pulled from the cupboard and filled at the stove. Natalie didn't reproach him at all, just sent him off to wash up. "You've got 3 minutes, Brother Scott." He was used to the respectful title, but it felt formal for the first time.
Just Scott's fine, unless you prefer to be Sister Natalie.
No, 2.5 minutes, Scott. In the bathroom, he saw his sweat-soaked shirt and grabbed a washcloth. A shower would have been better, but at least he could wipe off the worst of the stink and put on a clean shirt. His damp hair, no time. It would have to stay, unfortunately. A large, shallow bowl of salad rested at his usual place at the table. How'd she know where he sat? Across from his seat, another bowl of salad waited for her. Glasses of fruit juice, probably with tea, rested before them, and, at his arrival, Natalie pulled a plate of shrimp skewers from the oven and settled 4 across the rim of his bowl.
Shrimp?
I took a walk on my lunch break and stopped by the market. It sounded good with this salad. I added chickpeas to the salad, too. Extra protein. Hope that's okay. He'd never had chickpeas before. Not intentionally, anyway. For all he knew, he ate them all the time unaware. But there wasn't much Scott didn't like, so he nodded and urged her to sit, mostly, if he were honest, so he could sit himself. The moment he'd said amen and picked up his fork, the answer came to him.
I sat here this morning.
Natalie paused, fork nearly standing upright in her salad. Pardon me?
I couldn't figure out how you knew this is my usual seat.
Scott shrugged.
My mind can get fixated on random things. This time it was how you knew I usually sit here. But I was sitting when you came in this morning. That's how you knew.
Without acknowledging or arguing his point, Natalie scraped the shrimp off the skewers and into the salad. It wasn't like the salads Ezra and he made. This was loaded with lots of different things, canned beans and corn, fresh leafy veggies, even onions and cooked noodles. The dressing was light and didn't clash with the shrimp. And those shrimps.
Oh, these are mahi, good.
No, shrimp, not mahi. Natalie grinned at him. But thank you. I love a loaded salad. Filling, but not heavy, you know? He did know. And did Ezra know how often he came in to make some peanut butter on bread to fill in for the easy fish and salads she made so often? Why he suspected that Natalie knew he couldn't say, but he did. Scott just nodded. Oh. Natalie shot him a nervous look. I kind of made an executive decision since it seemed like it was already out of your hands anyway. Sister Marguerite called. His stomach dropped.
And?
She said Luca wanted to bring his grill tomorrow, and she asked if they could call everyone and tell them to bring their own meat and a side dish. Pre-church dinner. It seemed already done, so I said sure. This time, instead of looking nervous, her lips twitched, as if trying not to laugh. She told me Sister Rosalie would take care of everything for you.
I bet she would, too.
As if those words were permission, Natalie burst out laughing. Your face!
If you only knew.
Oh. Between giggles, she speared a forkful of salad and added a small shrimp as well. I have a pretty good idea. With that, she began a rundown of the day's work, and only when she finished with, Any concerns? Did Scott realize he hadn't heard a word, just the soothing sound of her accent, the excitement for what she'd accomplished, the joy of working with them in their ministry. Something deep within suggested he'd never heard that in Ezra's tone, but Scott stuffed that back in its dungeon and ate the last shrimp.
So, fancy an exciting after-dinner party setting up the tables outside? I'll make you a milkshake for dessert.
He expected a not on your life, bud response, but Natalie hopped up and said, Sure, go on out. I'll just wash these up really quickly and be right there.
Lord, I wish we could afford her full time. I could get used to this.
Chapter 6. Snorkeling off Ollie, she'd lived on the islands her whole life and had never seen it from this vantage point. Colorful fish darted and weaved between the coral as it swayed in the moving water. So much detail, Lord. You created so many varieties and colors, and I don't understand why and how. It's like you just couldn't help yourself. I feel like you must have been going, okay, just one more, over and over. Dad would love this. Maybe she should save up the money and take him for his birthday. Dad. With a kick to bring her to the surface, Ezra treaded water, awkward with unfamiliar fins, and pondered. She hadn't thought of him all day, hadn't thought of the church or Natalie. Natalie! They still had another 20 minutes before the boat took them back, so Ezra forced herself to relax and swim back to where Mallory and Benjamin were snapping photos with their rented underwater cameras. Maybe they'd take a couple for her to give to her dad. Maybe that would assuage her guilt. Despite her repeated admonitions to herself that Natalie was capable of handling anything, and her dad hadn't created too much work while she'd been gone that winter, the moment Ezra climbed up into the boat, she toweled off and grabbed her phone. Natalie picked up on the first ring. Hey, it's me, Ezra. Just thought I'd check in. We were in the... Ezra, I know this is your job, and I'm sure you're concerned, but I've got this. Enjoy yourself. I promise to call if I need anything, but my job is to ensure I don't if I possibly can. Have fun. And if your dad didn't tell you, we're doing supper on the grounds tonight. Karen's sister's idea, of course. The mental breath she'd been holding released. Of course. Ezra laughed, at herself more than anything. Ignore them. If they know you're working there, they'll be all over themselves to help you with all they think they know. Smile, nod, and ignore. Lather, rinse, and repeat. The words made no sense, but Ezra just murmured, "Mm-hmm." Thanks for the call, Ezra. Now go eat fried pineapple or something. I bet your friends hadn't had that. They probably had, but the point was valid. She needed to enjoy herself and quit micromanaging. Thanks. See you tonight. Bringing your friends? That, well, she didn't know. They'd adjusted to the time difference quicker than she'd expected, but that didn't mean they wanted to spend their honeymoon being introduced to strangers all evening. Maybe. Depends. Well, if you guys have something else to do, it won't kill you to skip church once. Just remember that. Oops, there's a call. Gotta go. Bye. Mallory looked over. Everything all right? That was just it. Everything did seem all right. I think so. I wish we could afford her full time. I mean, she's on it. Didn't even apologize for having to disconnect to take another call. As he pulled a shirt on, Benjamin said,
Maybe we should stop by that flower stand near the marina and grab her a nice bunch. Thank you for leaving Ezra free to spend time with us.
Maybe it was pathetic, but an excuse to check in and be sure everything was all right. She couldn't resist that. Great idea. By the time they docked, however, she'd forgotten all about it. Only when Benjamin stopped and bought a bunch far larger than she'd have allowed herself to did Ezra remember the plan. "Oh,
Nope. My idea, my treat."
Benjamin grinned at her scowl.
"Besides, you wouldn't need those if you weren't spending your time with us. It's the least we can do."
Hibiscus, frangipani, red ginger. The bouquet was gorgeous. "Thank you. It wasn't so hard, was it?" Mallory kissed Benjamin's cheek. "I love you." Maybe they need time alone. With that thought in mind, she offered to be dropped off. "You could come to church tonight. We could go somewhere else for dinner, or—" "No way. You're going to show us this unofficial surfing competition. We'll come tonight, won't we?" Benjamin just nodded and watched. At home, Ezra dashed up to the kitchen door to grab a vase and froze. No. Whirling in place, she hurried into the church office and presented her bouquet. "For you. Thanks for everything." Natalie, dressed for an office in a city somewhere, beamed. "This is gorgeous. Thank you." "Why don't you go grab something to put them in? There's an empty jar by the windowsill. We don't really have any vases." Though she gave Ezra a strange look, Natalie went to retrieve the jar. Ezra pounced, checking the desk, the inbox on the computer, and even the trash. Everything looked all right. "This the one you mean?" Ezra spun from staring at the computer screen. Yes, perfect." Without even removing the paper wrapper, she dumped the whole bouquet into the jar and headed for the door. "See you tonight. We're coming." "Great. And Ezra?" Catching herself on the door jamb, Ezra shot a look over her shoulder. "How am I doing?" Amusement glittered in Natalie's eyes. By the grace of God, Ezra managed to say, "Great," before dashing away. Mallory pounced as she jumped into the back seat of the Land Cruiser. "What's wrong?" "She caught me, snooping to see how things are really going. She's doing great. Better than me, actually." Ezra slumped back against the seat. "Then again, maybe I'm not really good at what I do. I'm just good at putting out fires, not preventing them." On their way to the boat, Ezra texted an apology and finished with, "Thank you for this. Dad doesn't get it. He doesn't know how not to serve 24/7. Me, I'm drowning in it." Natalie's response should have concerned her, but all Ezra could feel was relief. "I get your dad. We're a lot alike. I like to be busy, too." Sister Rosalie had cornered Mallory, but Ezra couldn't save her. The Fualau Suamalie had run out, and dinner without fruit punch, not acceptable. She carried the Coleman cooler to the kitchen, grabbed a stool, and began filling it with lime juice, pineapple juice, coconut milk and water, vanilla, and mango juice. Stirring it on the counter, almost impossible. She was too short. So she hefted it off the counter and only sloshed a little on the floor. After wiping up her mess, she grabbed her stirring dowel and mixed well. Benjamin met her at the door and took it from her, one-armed, no less. That would be an advantage to meeting a guy. Muscles. She worked hard, but upper body strength eluded her. "Clearly, I'll never be the perfect Proverbs 31 woman. I can't make my arms strong to save my life." "Thanks, Ben." She remembered just in time. "Come in. Dad usually helps if someone doesn't have him cornered." And it was true, but someone usually had both of them cornered if possible.
"Well, today's my turn."
"What do you think Mallory's saying to Sister Rosalie?" She hadn't allowed herself to think about it, but now the question burned and she couldn't let it go.
"They're talking about Uncle Bud's book. We have to finish it, but choosing which stories are most important isn't easy."
A thought occurred to her. Start off with his endearments. The thing I first learned about Bud Barrows is how he always uses something different from the last one, and I always got the feeling it reflected the needs of the other party, rather than just the state of his heart. He plopped the cooler back up on the table, filled a cup for Mallory, and led Ezra over.
Mally Duck, Ezra has a great idea for Uncle Bud's endearments.
Mallory probably hadn't heard it, and Ezra was certain Benjamin didn't realize, but she heard pride in his voice as he said, Uncle Bud. Bud Barrows being family now meant something to Benjamin. She couldn't blame him. Family meant everything when yours was nearly non-existent. Her American grandparents had visited for a week about every other year, but you didn't really know people well with so little time with them. Her mother's family had cut her off when she'd married that awful American fanatic. That's what they'd called him, her dad, the guy who loved the Lord and his people more than life itself. Sister Rosalie tried to draw Mallory back into a conversation about how there was too much work for the Keels to do alone. Mallory agreed, and Ezra nearly groaned. I am hoping that having someone as capable as Natalie around this week shows Mr. Keel how much they need to hire someone else. Then, as if she didn't notice Sister Rosalie winding up to throw a piece of her mind, she added, Oh, there's my husband. A squeal followed. I can't tell you how much I love saying that. Now that didn't sound like Mallory at all. At least not the squeal part. I'd better go make sure he hadn't forgotten me. It was lovely to meet you, Miss Karen. Ezra's heart deflated at the scowl on the woman's face. Reminding Sister Rosalie of her single status? Never a good idea. They tried to take off. There was a stargazing boat tour leaving in an hour, and they wanted good seats, but getting out of there proved harder than anticipated. Sister Marguerite had cornered Dad about a dinner party, and he needed rescuing. One of the seniors needed help getting back to the van, and Natalie was tied up trying to convince Luca that they did not need to make more food. And the usual service? It wasn't going to happen. She had to head Dad off and point out that a few words before a time of prayer was all that he could manage. Instead, she caught Natalie's elbow and whispered, Quick devo and prayer. Let Dad know. We're going on that stargazing tour. Pray we get stranded for a week, okay? Natalie's laughter followed her as she skipped between church members, laughing, teasing, and working her way off church grounds and to the land cruiser where Mallory and Benjamin waited. Whew! Escaped. They hadn't made it to the corner before Mallory turned in her seat to look back at her. We solved your dad's problem. Found an assistant? Convinced Natalie to quit her fancy job and come shuffle emails for a ministry? You'd be my heroes for life. Benjamin's,
No, he doesn't need an assistant, Ezra. Your dad needs a wife.
Nearly choked her. A wife? Like Sister Rosalie? No, thank you. But Mallory was already making an argument for it. Seriously, he needs someone so that there'd be a natural buffer for matchmaking like that. And no, not her. She and her sister would take over everything and ruin what you have there. You have a great church. Those people love you and the Lord. You just need what my friend in Atlanta calls a first lady of the church. Truth be told, she loved the idea. Really. Dad could use someone to draw him out of his laser focus and make him relax. The guy would burn out someday. When that day would be, she didn't know, but it had to happen, didn't it? On the other hand, would it be right to do that to any woman? Make her second to a job? Ezra sighed and just shook her head. Why not? You're too old to be afraid of a wicked stepsister. As if Dad would ever consider marrying someone like that. Ezra rolled her eyes at the thought. But seriously, Mal, Dad's such a workaholic. He makes your dad look lazy. But Mallory didn't see it. Instead, she argued that once her dad had turned to ministry, something her parents could do together, things had improved there. Benjamin's cleared throat prompted her to clarify. At least between them, and it's not like your father's likely to start a second family, so no kids to be left hoping for scraps of attention. They pulled up to the marina, and Ezra hopped out. But by the time they got to the church's boat, she knew they'd be too late to make the official tour. We'll never get there in time, so do you want to do something else? Take hours out and just figure out the constellations and stuff by ourselves? A new idea hit her. Or, Benjamin knows how to pilot a boat. He could take you guys out. I could go back and help. Benjamin put the kibosh on that unfinished suggestion.
Let's go out, just the three of us. We'll be able to follow the other boat if we want to, but having our own space and staying as long or as short as we want, that's probably a good idea.
And we can solve the problem of your dad's lack of spouse. Though she would have argued, Benjamin stepped between her and Mallory, turned his back, and kissed the living daylights, or so Ezra assumed, out of his wife before slipping an arm around her shoulders.
My wife seems to want everyone to be married now that she is. I'm surprised she hadn't started in on you already.
That is so not true, Benjamin Hornigold.
No.
He shot a grin back at Ezra and beckoned her to follow.
But you're awfully cute riled up like that.
The slow, deep, gentle drawl would melt any girl's heart, and if Mallory's sigh meant anything, it definitely had done a number on hers. The reprieve lasted until they made it out away from land and the stars glittered even more brilliantly above. A hasty vote landed them on stay put instead of following the other boat, and Project Wife resumed. I really think a wife is what your dad needs. It's even biblical. A man needs a helper, and well, a man in ministry needs one more than anything, I'd say. But the ride out had given Ezra plenty of time to think, and as much as she did like the idea, she didn't. I couldn't do that to someone. I just couldn't. Your dad had years to see the damage his choices created before he changed to include your mom. My dad has had years of being solo. Sort of. She'd been his right arm for so long he really wasn't, and she did want to get her life on a different track, but a wife for Dad wasn't the way. An assistant, someone who got to go home and decompress. Maybe someone needs to be able to make her own decision on that, Mallory murmured. Even if there was someone who would be a strong enough personality not to be crushed by the work, the expectations, and the neglect, why would I do that to her? Benjamin and Mallory exchanged glances before Mallory reached over and took Ezra's hand. But there is someone. Didn't you watch your dad and Natalie tonight? They work in a great rhythm, and I could swear there's some kind of chemistry there. They could serve the Lord together. She seems like the kind of woman who would know how to put her foot down to save him from his own mistakes. For all of 5 seconds, the idea did a waltz in her heart. Dad with someone to take care of him. Dad with someone who thrived on work and more work. Dad with someone to make him laugh at his own fumbles. And Natalie was just the kind of woman who would point out where things were out of balance. Natalie. The thought dropped overboard and sank to the bottom of the Pacific. Disappointment. Odd how she'd gone from resistant to disappointed, splashed up in the wake of the idea of Natalie and her father. It won't work, Mal. She's like 5 years older than me. Maybe. At the most. That would be just weird. Why? Ezra began to protest how creepy it would be for her dad to be dating, married to, kissing someone her age, but Mallory wasn't having any of it. Is it really creepy, or do our overly segregated societal age groups create that illusion? What does God say about it? What about the people in the Bible? Once on a roll, Mallory sat forward, hands clasped together, eyes nearly pinning Ezra to the seats. What about Ruth and Boaz? Everything I've ever read says they were a lot of years apart. And Sarah and Abraham were, 10 years? Things were different back then. That was even before Jesus. We won't even talk about how much older Joseph could have been than Mary, since we don't know. But how about something more recent? Maybe... She snapped her fingers while trying to spit out the thought. Benjamin just chuckled.
She's on a roll tonight.
Knightley and Emma. You loved that book, and it's even fiction. Knightley is 16 years older. Despite Mallory's passion for the idea, Ezra just wasn't so sure. But it's like you said, fiction. But you love that story, and a big part of it is how he's always been like an older brother to Emma. But things change. And there was the foundation of her argument. Exactly my point. Things change. People don't marry other people who are old enough to be their parent. Or nearly so, anyway. Anymore. Not in today's culture. In our cultures. And that's my point, Mallory countered. Just because we went all age segregated and decided that there shouldn't be much of an age gap doesn't mean we were right. Why do we let society overrule what the Lord might want for us? But someone who could be my sister being my stepmother? Awkward. When Mallory didn't respond, Ezra knew she'd proven her point. Benjamin pointed out the Milky Way and asked if either of the women knew any of the brighter stars. Neither woman answered. Ezra, lost in her thoughts, couldn't have pointed out the moon if she'd tried. But Mallory began singing, picking up in the middle of the old hymn. I see the stars, I hear the rolling thunder. She stopped. Nope, no thunder, except the cloud I put on Ezra's face. It took a second to catch her meaning, and Ezra smiled. Not a thundercloud. I've never really thought of Dad married. I like the idea. And Natalie's great even, but I think you'd have to think of Natalie as your father's wife rather than your stepmother. A mom would be great, she continued. Then Mallory's voice became softer. But you don't need a mother at your age, no matter how wonderful it might be to have that relationship with someone. Yeah, that's true. She still wasn't convinced. It would be like Mallory marrying Dad. But with Benjamin sitting there, she couldn't say that. Think about it. Pray about it. Natalie wouldn't need to be your stepmother as much as a companion for your father. His co-worker in the ministry. Someone to take over what was never intended to be your role. Long after she'd returned home, crept into her room, and lain in bed, gazing out at the few stars that shone between the coral trees, Ezra considered that. His co-worker. Maybe she should be praying for a wife for Dad. It didn't have to be Natalie. As long as it was anyone but Rosalie, she'd be thrilled for him. That thought produced a pang of guilt. Sister Rosalie was a fine, godly woman. She's just not right for him, Lord. I know it. Chapter 7. October 15th. With her father's fish congealing on his untouched plate, Ezra ate the last bite of her dinner and went to rinse her plate. She upended another plate over Dad's and put it in the fridge. He could eat whenever he got home. She still had badges to assemble. She'd just stepped into the Sunday school room with its long tables laid out for the assembly line she'd set up when her phone rang. Without looking at the screen, she tapped it and said, Hey, Dad, your plate's in the fridge. Not hungry, but thanks. Mallory. Abandoning her project, Ezra took off for the hammock at the back of their yard and plopped into it. The temperature had dropped into the mid-70s, and a cooling breeze wafted through the trees. Perfect. "Why are you calling me at—" She glanced at the phone screen. Midnight 30 your time. Is that right?" "I can't stop praying for you. I'm losing many hours of sleep I need to bank for the future over you, so spill it. What's up?" Wait, praying? How's the book business?" Mallory knew how it was going. She had to, because Ezra hadn't sent a single question about how to set up accounts, how much new to used inventory to have, how to do it when shipping was going to be a killer, all that stuff. Even her idea of an old-fashioned subscription library had never made it from her thoughts to Mallory's ears. What was the point? "There is no book business, and you know it." "Why not?" Ezra kicked the ground with one toe and enjoyed the sway of the hammock as she ticked off just a few of the myriad reasons she would never be able to leave her father's ministry. "I don't have time even to dream about it these days. Dad's doing this missions conference at Natalie's resort. She got him a great deal when another conference bailed. So I have to do all that prep, set up the new kids' Bible program, and I haven't even started on the Christmas program." "Stop!" Mallory huffed, yawned, and yawned again. "Those are your dad's ministry responsibilities. You said, and to my face, mind you, that this ministry is not what the Lord has called you to do." "Yeah, well, maybe I was wrong. Someone has to do it, and Dad can't do it all." But Mallory wasn't having any of it. While Ezra tried to relax into the hammock and allow the stress of the conversation to dissolve, Mallory dug in her heels. "What you're doing is ignoring what the Lord wants from you. You're drowning it out with daddy's stuff. How is that right? And I'm not just saying that because I can't get the many hours of sleep that I desperately need." It was the second time she'd mentioned missing needed sleep. Ezra tried to ponder that, but Mallory cut in again. "How's the wife hunt going? Have you prayed about Natalie?" "When have I had time?" She sat up too quickly, and the hammock flipped her on her back. Air whooshed from her lungs, and she sat up, gasping for air. Eventually, she choked out, "It won't work, Mal. I have to resign myself to the fact that I was wrong. This must be what the Lord wants from me. I've just been resisting." "I don't think so. Ezra cut her off. "Wait. Missing sleep? Storing up sleep? Are you?" She cut herself off this time. Maybe she shouldn't ask. What if Mallory wanted to be and couldn't yet? That happened. What if she was but wasn't ready? Questions and suppositions whirled at dizzying speeds until her mind felt like it had been wrung out in a salad spinner. "If you're asking if I'm pregnant, the answer is that I have no proof. Well, I have the means of proof, but my husband will be so disappointed if I'm not, and I don't want to do this alone. How grossed out does being on the phone with me while I test this theory make you?" "You go, girl, literally. I'll start timing the minute you tell me to." 15 minutes later, she lay back in the hammock again, conference badges all but forgotten, dreaming of baby outfits that resembled book heroines' clothes, and wondering if that would ever be a part of her life. After the third useless meeting of the day, Natalie bolted from the conference room and locked herself in her office. Tears streamed down her face. Again. She hadn't cried this much in her entire life, all years combined. Well, if you took out the 2 weeks in 8th grade when her mamsie told her that Jed Cochran was a low-down cheatin' fool and had been seen kissing her cousin Zadie, she'd probably cried enough for a lifetime until Mamsie had come into her room, stared at her, and said, "I don't think Zadie knows what kissing cousins actually means." She'd laughed then and set aside her tears, saving them for a fellow worth their salt, as Mamsie had put it. Now she thanked God for waterproof mascara, grabbed her powder compact, and tried to do damage control. A knock prompted her to drop her compact into her purse and call out, "Yes?" Kiki, the head of guest services, poked her head in. "Jeff wants to know if you're ready for scrummage." "I'd like to scrummage his face in the sand, that's what I'd like." Tell Jeff absolutely nothing has changed since this morning. We've all been in meetings all day. There's literally nothing anyone could possibly have gotten done on the lists."
"That's what I said." Kiki rolled her eyes. "How do they expect us to get anything done if they never leave us alone to do anything?"
"I don't know. You'd think they'd realize that hospitality and software are two very different industries." Natalie started to ask Kiki to make her excuses and stopped just in time. "I'll call him and let him know I'm not coming. I have people expecting calls back, and we'll get a bad reputation if I don't actually keep my word." The woman's pinched features relaxed a bit.
"Yeah, I have a couple who have been waiting for days now. I'm bowing out too. Thanks."
Jeff, the assistant executive manager of operations, a title he'd given himself no less, argued her refusal to come.
"We need to keep abreast on everyone's tasks so this place runs like the well-oiled machine our guests expect."
"Which is why I refuse to come. I have customers who expect answers to their questions, people who have put down thousands of dollars. It is not unreasonable for them to expect a reply to their questions in a timely fashion, but I've gone from one long, drawn-out meeting to another today to rehash what we went over on Tuesday."
"The weekend?"
"Means," Natalie broke in, "that I can't expect to get to these paying guests until Monday if I don't get on it now. I'm sorry, but my first responsibility is to the people you pay me to serve. I'm doing my job. Report me to Martine if you don't like it." And with more relief than she could feel, and a mental jig as well, Natalie set the phone down gently into its cradle and took a deep breath. 2 minutes later, Kiki stuck her nose in and said,
"What did you say to Jeff? He's fuming. Ordered me to be at the meeting, or I'm fired."
"I told him to report me to Martine, but I have a responsibility to our clients. You might try it." With that, she picked up the phone, opened her planner, and made the first call. 40 minutes after she should have left for the day, Natalie slipped out the side door and made it almost to her Vespa before she heard the jogging patter of leather-soled shoes on the asphalt. She pulled the chopstick from her bun and settled her helmet on her hair. Jeff appeared before she could straddle the seat.
"You made me look like a fool in that meeting, and you sparked a mutiny. I want an apology, and I expect you at the next meeting."
"I have every intention of being at the next unnecessary meeting, but not at 3 in a day, ever again. We have work to do around here. Actual work. And all the planning about it isn't going to get it done. And I will not apologize. I was respectful but firm. Again, I refer you to your boss. Take it up with her. You can't fire me for doing my job." He glared at her, his dark eyes turning even darker, if that were possible.
"I can for insubordination."
"Go ahead." She sounded confident, but her knees threatened to wobble, so she slid onto the seat as if as cool as the cucumber she hoped she appeared to be. "I've documented every meeting, every repetitious word, everything. You'll lose in a review with HR, and you know it." Her antagonism wasn't winning him over, and she knew it. Natalie softened her tone. "You don't have anything to prove, Jeff. You're a good manager when you follow instincts instead of workflow situations designed for project management rather than employee or hotel management. Trust those instincts." She left him there, standing in his linen suit, looking like a movie playboy at Monte Carlo, instead of the guy who would run one of the nicest resorts on the Suamalie Islands into the ground if he didn't get a grip. But instead of going home, she shot past her turn and headed for the church. It was time to get fresh perspective before she did something. Well, it wouldn't be rash. She'd considered quitting for weeks now. Natalie amended that thought. More like months. And with things becoming confrontational, even if things improved, Jeff wasn't the kind of guy who forgave easily. He'd be looking for a way to fire her now. The only way to save face and her future career would be to resign. And go home. That was the problem. She didn't want to go home. Suamalie, the sweet islands that they were, and the church there, had become home already. With Ezra off at Sister Leota's house to assist with after-surgery care, Scott spread his sermon preparation all over the kitchen table. Bibles, notebooks, laptop, concordance, commentaries. They stood, stacked on chairs, the table, and even the floor. He was supposed to be on Hebrews chapter 4, but 2 verses had bombarded him for the past month, and he couldn't ignore them any longer. He wouldn't argue that Psalm 100 verse 2 and 2 Corinthians 9 verse 7 weren't connectable, but then where did 1 Corinthians 9 verse 6 fit in there? Never had a knock in the middle of sermon time been a welcome distraction. Never before now.
Come in.
He rose to find Natalie Dersham standing there and looking on the verge of tears.
Hey, have a...
He froze at the piles of things all over the chairs.
Seat, just as soon as I clear one off. Or no, how about the living room? Would you like some juice? Water?
After a glance at the counter, he saw leftover cookies and offered those too. I do need to eat. Could I get you something? I could run down to... He cut her off. Natalie was already looking for a way out, which hinted she didn't like what she had to say. Was he overworking Ezra again? Probably. He'd better go and get some prayer time in before they talked.
How about you go out back, rest in Ezra's hammock, and try to relax a bit? I'll be back. Chicken wraps from the market, maybe? I think that's one of the few places that are still open. Fish and chips, too.
He was babbling. Must stop babbling. Anything sounds good. I tried to work while I ate lunch, but you can't talk on the phone while eating, so lunch didn't happen.
Be right back.
If he spent the entire time reliving the past month or 2 or 5 and trying to decide if it was filled with too much work for Ezra, could anyone blame him? Scott thought not, but as he jogged back up the walk to the back door, he remembered to pray for a heart receptive to rebuke if he'd earned it. It was the best he could do. Natalie had listened. He carried plates out to the table in the backyard and almost hated seeing her roll off the hammock and shuffle across to where he set up the table.
I'm glad you came. I was hungry and would have scarfed down the rest of the cookies when what I needed was real food.
Glad to know I'm good for something. Natalie shot a wide-eyed look at him. Listen to me. He had, and he didn't like it.
Let's pray over the food, and then maybe you will tell me about that?
It's why I came. Trees rustled, and night birds called out as he thanked the Lord for food and asked for wisdom in their conversation. Only when he'd finished and released her hand did he realize he'd taken it.
Sorry, habit.
Natalie shrugged. No worries, She took a bite, chewed, took another, and washed it down with juice. I don't know what to do.
With...
She laughed. You thought I came to let you have it about Ezra again. Well, is she overworking?
You're trying to distract me.
The way her cheeks darkened just a bit gave her away. You're right. She stared at the fried chicken wrap. This is supposed to be my dream job. At the resort, I mean. I thought it was perfect. Great salary, awesome benefits, a wonderful place on the edge of a Fa'atuaga.
Really? Where?
The taro and breadfruit farm out on the Alexandra Road.
Tiga's?
When she nodded, he whistled. He knew her bungalow. It was nice, small, but luxurious enough to cost a bundle.
And you don't like this job?
She shook her head while finishing another bite. She'd already eaten half the wrap. He'd have to give her the extra one he'd bought. When they had the mold problem back in June, the assistant manager went to a few conferences and took all the wrong classes. He's got us spending all our time in meetings talking about work and never allowing us to actually do any of it. It's a waste of my time.
Ouch.
She dropped the wrap onto the plate and plucked a napkin from the basket sitting on the table. No, it's true. They're wasting my time. I'm good at what I do, efficient. We could be providing the highest level of service, but instead, I'm constantly apologizing for taking so long to get back to people. Why? Because I was in a meeting talking about more efficient ways to get back to people instead of actually doing it. The panic in her tone, the wild way her eyes flashed and darted about as if expecting someone to show up and order her into another meeting, told him she was serious. It also hinted that she was at the end of her tether. If I don't figure out what to do, I may have to quit and go home. At least in the States, people haven't infected the hospitality industry with Scrum and any other agile project management systems. He rather doubted that. They just probably had a better way of applying things. In his experience, people who went to conferences and returned to overhaul everything as a result didn't get the point behind the process. They just picked up on a list of rules that were supposed to make everything perfect.
Like when people try to copy how someone else applies scripture to their unique situations, it usually fails.
What? Scott stared at the wrap in his hand again.
What?
You said something about scripture? Great. Talking to himself, aloud. Not exactly the way to inspire confidence in his congregation.
Just thinking of parallels. Anyway, going home, is that what you want?
To himself, he added,
It's not what I want. We need you around here. You're our biggest cheerleader, our strongest supporter, and hardest worker.
When he nearly added, and the brightest spot to every day, Scott stopped himself. He was getting ridiculous now.
I mean, we don't want to lose you, but why wouldn't you want to go home?
That seemed to perk her up. Natalie tore off a piece of fried breadfruit and popped it into her mouth. I love it here, she began, speaking around the fruit. I love the church and all the ministries I'm involved with. I've forged some wonderful relationships, not to mention the beauty around me. She swallowed and took another drink. The sunrises and sunsets, it's kind of a heaven right here on earth, cliché as that probably sounds. If I could sell coconuts on the beach and live in a hut, I'd quit and stay, but it's just too expensive to live here without a really good job. I don't know how the locals can manage it. Scott knew, and it was one of the worst parts of his job these days, watching people not counting the cost of the long-term ramifications of selling out to resort conglomerates.
They can't. Not anymore. Families are selling properties they've owned for decades, even centuries. Once more sold out, it became too expensive for them, too. You sell, prices go up, so you can't afford anything inland either, and the next thing you know, you've burned through what you got for your property.
Can't someone stop it somehow, or is it too late?
I don't know. I always thought the islands back where Mallory and Benjamin, the couple who came in June, where they came from, were a bit fanatical about keeping out tourism, but now I see the point. Balance is necessary, but it might be too late. So far, the church is hanging on, but if the wrong person gets an offer, not realizing that we can't just buy another property.
Natalie dropped her breadfruit and wiped her hands. She dug into her purse, pulled out a chopstick-looking thing, twisted her hair into the back, and stuck the chopstick in before asking, "Would you ever go back to the States? To live, I mean."
No, when I moved here, the day I stepped off the boat onto St. Allen, I knew I'd never leave.
That's how I felt, and now I feel like maybe I have to. There was only one solution.
How about we pray about it? Now and every day. Say until Monday night. Then come over for dinner and brainstorm a bit. Ezra will be back by then, and she's a genius with brainstorming.
Without hesitating, she reached across the table, took his hand, and bowed her head. "Thanks, God. That's exactly what I need." Chapter 8. Once again, Ezra had forgotten to take out something for dinner. A riffle through the freezer produced fish again. But fish defrosted quickly, unlike almost everything else. She grabbed a small package and hesitated. Her hand hovered over another package. But no, she didn't need extra for tomorrow's lunch. They'd eat up the leftover stir-fry instead. She'd just poured a lemon-orange marinade over the fish when a knock came. "Lord, no emergencies tonight, please. We haven't had a meal together all week." Fishy hands didn't open doors well, so she just called out for the person to enter. "Fishy fingers over here." Natalie stepped in, and Ezra began racking her brains to remember if they had a project to do. "Hey, just making dinner. Dad should be here soon. Did you need keys or—" Until Natalie had started helping out with nearly everything, Ezra hadn't realized how nice it would be to have a friend who loved the ministry instead of resenting it like most of her friends did. Not that she could blame them, she admitted to herself. When plans were constantly upended by some need, it got old. Fast. But with friendship came a knowing, an understanding, you might say, and Ezra knew something was up in the way Natalie suddenly looked miserable. 3 possibilities presented themselves. Natalie had botched a project and was there to confess. Impossible. Natalie couldn't do something she'd said she'd do. Doubtful. The last. Ezra sighed. "Dad invited you for dinner." Laughter welled up when Natalie winced. "Great. Just help me figure out how to stretch this fish and we'll be set." "I'm so sorry. I should have sent a message so you'd be prepared. I know how forgetful he is." "No worries, really. I'm just glad you're here, and that you get my dad. Some people would be offended." "Maybe we could just make some rice and put it on that. I don't need much. I can eat at home. Ridiculous. Besides, we'll have room for dessert, so we can send Dad for fried pies as his penance." While they worked, Ezra began coaxing tidbits from Natalie. The work situation sounded unbearable to her. She might complain about all the work that needed to be done, but she didn't have to spend half her time updating people on what she had and had not accomplished and how she planned to accomplish what she needed to just get in there and do. "I can't take it, but I don't know if there's another job here that would be better." "Well, we'll just have to find one somehow. We can't—" Her father burst through the door mid-sentence.
"I forgot to tell you, Natalie's—"
That's when he must have seen her.
"Coming to dinner."
Their laughter nearly drowned out the rest. Ezra grabbed a forkful of rice to test and flicked it at her dad instead. "Too late." "I'll set the table," Natalie said. She did it every time, but this time Ezra didn't even try to stop her. If she wanted to make everything all formal, let her. Instead, Ezra winked at her dad and told him to go wash up. You probably stink.
If you can't smell me.
That probably means I've been dealing with raw fish. Go.
Yes, ma'am.
He'd probably saluted as well, but Ezra didn't look over to see. Does Dad know about your work woes? Natalie filled glasses with water and a squeeze of lemon as she explained Friday night's conversation. Brainstorming. Great idea. They'd find some ways to keep Natalie around. You have to stay. I can't lose a good friend, and we need you at the church. Yeah, it's selfish, but seriously, I'm finally breathing now and then. They'd just set the food on the table when her father returned. He kissed Ezra's cheek and gave Natalie a quick hug.
Let's get this started. I'm starving, and we have plans to make.
What he said sounded as normal as anything, but Ezra caught something in his tone, in the way he dropped his arm from Natalie's shoulder just a little slower than felt normal, in the way he kept darting looks her way. Speaking glances, they used to call it, didn't they? Natalie relaxed with every word, every smile, every joke, every nod. Odd that she'd never noticed it before. Was it new? Was it the idea that she could be leaving? Did it spark something that hadn't been ready yet? To test her questions and form theories, Ezra began by asking the obvious. Have you looked around at other resorts? I have. There are 2 that might work out, but I hadn't spoken to anyone there. I have to be prepared to lose my job if they find out I'm looking, and I'm not there yet.
Where are they?
Good question, Dad. One's on La Foina, the other's on Alexandra. Dad nixed that right away.
Well, that won't work. You'd be too far away. We'd never see you.
And the conversation took off. Natalie not wanting to leave St. Allen so she could continue her after-work help with the church. Dad not wanting to lose his left arm. He shot Ezra a grin.
After all, Ezzy's got the right one covered.
Ezzy, he's going to fling fishy rice on you if you call her that again. She shot Natalie an eye roll and asked, How about your own business? What do you think you'd be good at? Anything administrative. I'm just really good at getting things done, seeing what might go wrong and preventing it. As if an invitation to a side trip, that kicked Dad and Natalie off on discussing how well the conference was going off and how it was thanks to Natalie's organization. Ezra would have been offended if it hadn't been true. Yes, Ezra had done 10 times the work Natalie had, but Natalie's work had made Ezra's 10 times easier. But what stood out was... There. It happened again. Dad reached over and squeezed Natalie's hand, holding it longer than he would have anyone else's. Natalie's downcast expression shifted to one of hope, and then serenity. It wouldn't last. Considering Ezra had seen it happen several times in the last half hour, she felt confident in that assessment. Natalie working freelance seemed to be the best option. I could find a cheaper place to live, maybe a camper on someone's property, or... Could we put hookups behind the church? Ezra shouldn't have asked in front of Natalie, but it was too late.
Maybe.
I wasn't fishing for an offer, but it would be nice to be close enough that I could help out more. And there it went again. The discussion of Natalie's need for another job, devolving, or if talking about the Lord, perhaps it was evolving, into more ministry talk. To test a new theory, Ezra interrupted plans for the new year. Really? The new year, when so much had to come together before the current year ended, with one simple comment. I wish we had the money for a full-time employee. I mean, you in the ministry would be perfect. With that, Ezra sat back and watched, both hopeful and terrified. Dad lit up.
That would be perfect. Natalie around every day would give Ezra breathing room to be able to pursue things she never has time for, to find out what she wants to do with her life.
It was the first time her father had ever acknowledged that the ministry wasn't like some British entailment. Natalie, missing this momentous moment, had a new idea. I wonder if I could raise my own support, get enough people back home to support me and being a part of the ministry here. Would your board allow that? The way she looked at Dad, did she know how invested she was in him? Ezra doubted it. It happened again. Dad's hand squeezing Natalie's. Briefer this time, but totally unnecessary, too. Ezra rose and excused herself. At the doorway, she glanced back and realized they hadn't even noticed her leaving. Once in her room, Ezra stared into the mirror as if it held answers. You're not the wicked queen. She's not the wicked stepmother. Mirrors don't have answers, but the Lord does, and sometimes he uses friends to share them. Well, it might not be solid theology, but God knew what she meant. Pulling her laptop out from under her bed, Ezra began the first step of what she predicted would be the biggest change of her life. To mallory.barrows@thelettersbox.com. From ezra.nehemiah@thelettersbox.com. Subject: I found my stepmother. You were right. Even Dad has figured out that this ministry isn't what I want. So now, what do I do? Love, confusey. Ezzy. Ezra. Mallory wouldn't respond right away. She couldn't. It was probably midnight there, but less than 5 minutes later, a text arrived. Mallory: You mean Natalie? Ezra: Yeah, how do you know? Mallory: I saw them together, remember? Your dad was enamored with her. We talked about how perfect she is for him. Ezra: How did I not see it? Mallory: Who cares? Now you do. So what next? Ezra: We find her a job or she's moving back to the States. Mallory: Okay, this will take some thinking. You need to quit. That's important. We need to give her a full-time job with the church. That's important. How do we make those happen? Ezra: And on top of all that, how do I start a book business on our boat after I talk Dad into selling it to me? Mallory: Give me 20 or 30 minutes and you'll have an email. And thanks. Maybe now I can stop praying and sleep. I hear I'm going to be puking soon. Joy. The moment Ezra heard Natalie's Vespa take off, she headed for the living room. It was time. Lord, give me the words, firm ones but gentle. And if they could include a cattle prod that isn't too mean.
Where'd you go?
Ezra froze in the doorway to the living room. Needed some perspective. I have a solution and you're not going to like it.
I'm not?
Though she hadn't meant to jump into the deep end of this messy pool with both feet, Ezra did just that. I quit.
What?
I've wanted to for a long time and... The words came out in a rush. How she'd needed out and didn't know what she'd do. How she'd brainstormed with Mallory and Benjamin back in June, and they'd come up with the idea for a book boat. I'll call it the Tidal Wave. Isn't that cute?
It is, but...
But you'll have to sell me the boat, and I'll have to make payments. I don't have a lot of savings, and I'm going to need every penny to buy stock. But I can do this, Dad, and I can serve the Lord at the same time, without the stress. Of all the things her father could have said at that moment, nothing could have meant more than his,
"Of course you can buy the boat. Make small payments whenever. But are you sure this is what the Lord wants?"
And maybe she hadn't been sure. Maybe up until that moment anyway, she'd just been hoping. But when she said, "Yes, I'm positive," Ezra realized she was. "Mallory's going to look into how we can get support for Natalie to work for the church. She thinks she can rally islanders into creating a pool to pay her expenses."
"If anyone can do it, Mallory can. Look what she did with the islands there."
"And the authors. She's talked everyone she meets into writing a book, or it seems like it anyway." She laughed. "She's talking about a memoir for me, the life of a missionary's daughter in paradise." They still stood there, Dad with his hands in his cargo shorts pocket, her leaning against the doorway, his gaze fixed on hers.
"Are you sure, Ezra?"
Tears pooled, the stupid things, but Ezra nodded. "I need this, Dad," she choked out. "I'm drowning and beginning to resent something that has been my whole life. I don't want that." He held out his arms, and Ezra flew into them as if she were 10 again and confessing to some indiscretion, probably sassing an older sister in the church. That had usually been her M.O. "I love you, Daddy. I just don't love the job anymore, and that's the problem," she said between attempts to choke down emotion she wasn't ready to handle yet. "I never wanted ministry to feel like a job. It does." The way he held her, rocking a bit and squeezing now and then, as if he thought she might slip away. Someone should experience that. Someone other than her. Someone like Natalie, for instance. Her phone buzzed and she pulled it out. A chuckle escaped. "It's from Benjamin. He thanks me for talking to you about this. He says Mallory is out like a light for the first time in weeks." Ezra's father winked at her. "She's been praying for me instead of sleeping."
"They have a pretty special relationship, don't they? I've always wondered who you'd marry, but you never go out."
They'd never sent Dad for those pies, but Ezra was still hungry. So she led him to the kitchen, ordered him to sit, and began making biscuit dough. While they talked about Mallory and Benjamin and dating in general, she tried to work the conversation around to him. "Did you think you'd marry when you moved here?" As she waited for his response, she pressed the rolled-out biscuits into a muffin tin.
"I hoped to, sure. Didn't think it would be so easy. Met Isa that first day, married her less than a year later, and barely knowing her 2 years, lost her to heaven."
He watched her fill the tins with apple pie filling and twist the tops of the biscuits before adding,
"Have you ever considered who you'd marry? Would you go to the States for that? Do you even want to get married?"
"I hope so." Ezra popped the tin into the oven and hurried over to kiss his cheek. "If God allows it. I want a husband, some children, you know, a family life with someone."
"Where? If you got married, I mean. Where would you want to live?"
"Well, here, obviously. Grandpa." He gave her a sad expression, and after reminding her to set a timer, a role reversal if she'd ever seen one, Dad added,
"Well, you know, if you went back to visit Mallory and met someone, you might not be able to live here."
"I don't know that I could marry someone who wasn't going to live here. If that changed afterward, sure, but knowing ahead of time, I don't think that'd be the right person for me." The timing was too perfect not to seize. "So, why haven't you ever remarried?" Dumb question. He probably loved Mom so much that he couldn't stand the idea of being with someone else, and now you've just opened that wound again. Dad got a strange, faraway look in his eyes.
I always wanted to remarry.
Ezra hoped her own eyes hadn't bugged out as much as it felt like they had.
I loved your mom like crazy, but we weren't married that long. I knew her such a short time before I lost her.
He wiped away a tear, or maybe 3.
And we were happy. I would have preferred to live the rest of my life with her, but I never meant to live it alone, either. But the ministry and raising you kept me so busy that I never had time to find anyone.
As uncomfortable as the conversation made her, Ezra couldn't let it go now. Weren't you lonely? I mean, how lonely can you be with me, ever present, but, you know, for the kind of companionship that a daughter just can't provide?
Yeah, it's something I've prayed about a lot.
I certainly never knew that. Ezra gave him her famous eye waggle and asked, Then why don't you make it a priority? God said finding a wife is a good thing. Isn't that what you teach the young men?
I don't have time.
Exasperation overrode her determination not to be confrontational or critical. Dad, there will always be more to do to serve this mission than you can possibly do. Why isn't it okay to take a little time for you, to seek the support that a man in ministry needs, to be able to teach by example what he also teaches in the pulpit, how to be a husband? Ezra blinked as she finished. That had been pretty profound if she did say so herself. Dad chuckled at her, probably the stunned expression she suspected she wore.
We get one life to make a difference, to share the gospel with people who don't know the Lord. I don't know how not to make that a priority.
Yeah, well, maybe if you had made finding a mother for me and a wife for you a priority, I wouldn't have always felt like the only way I could have a relationship with my father was to be his right arm when really he needed a rib. Until she heard herself spew those ugly words, Ezra hadn't realized that's how she felt. And now she'd just stabbed her father in the heart. But once spoken, words can't be revoked. Timing, Ezra. Just because it's true doesn't mean it has to be said, and just because it needs to be said doesn't mean it must be said in the moment you think it. Her father blinked, the slow, unbelieving blink of someone thrown for a loop. Or maybe it was just an attempt to blink back tears he didn't want her to see. She watched him swallow hard before saying,
Whoa, what are you saying? I feel like I'm in the middle of a problem I didn't know existed.
I don't know how to articulate it. She sighed. Dad, I don't want to hurt you, and I shouldn't have just dumped that out like that.
Just talk to me.
Dad offered an anemic but somewhat encouraging smile.
We can work it out together.
Well, Lord, here goes. He asked, Give me a Zechariah moment if I go too far. Just shut me down. To stall for time, she jumped up to check on the clearly underdone mini pies and grabbed confectioner's sugar. A little glaze might be good, and it would mean she didn't have to look at him while she told him. Well, here's the thing. I told you, I don't want your ministry to be the primary focus in my life. I need something else. I'm weary of ministry the way you do ministry.
Fair enough. It's not for everyone. I understand that. We'll figure this out. You'll have your book boat, and we'll see if we can't hire an assistant, or maybe, I don't know.
Time to go for broke. I think what you need is a wife, Dad.
I agree.
Well, she hadn't expected agreement that quickly. Then he continued,
That would be great. I just don't know where to find one, and I really don't have time to look.
He grinned at her when she looked his way.
After all, I'm losing my right arm as it is.
This time, Ezra kept her smile warm but not too cheeky. She needed him to take her seriously. Let's both pray about this. If I find someone that I think will be a blessing to you and to whom you could be a blessing as well, and if you like her too, will you make her a priority? Ezra realized she needed to be a bit more blunt and added, She needs to be a bigger priority than I was. He ignored the question and came up with one of his own.
Did you really feel like you weren't my priority?
Most of the time. When he didn't deflate too much, she added, If I'd thought of it, I would have said, like, I came in at a really low third, maybe even fourth. This time he did deflate as he asked,
The Lord was first, I hope.
Definitely. Lord first, ministry second. Sometimes just an offshoot like a project or something would crowd me out of third. I never felt like I could come second in your life, but a wife, you'll have to. They didn't speak while she beat the icing and pulled out the little biscuit pies. Not even as she cleaned up the mess while waiting for the pies to cool enough to drizzle the icing on them. But as she worked to finish them off, she saw him scrub his face with his hand, a sure sign he was thinking. The next question came just as she put a plate holding a couple of the mini pies before him.
Years ago, you described Mallory's father, how he was always working to provide, how that was how he showed his love, but that it wasn't what she needed from him. She didn't need more money. She just needed him.
Yeah? Ezra didn't like where this was going.
Well, I did that, didn't I?
Dad, no. Her father picked up the pie and nearly dropped it again, still too hot. No wonder the icing had pooled on the plate.
But I did. I did it with the Lord. I was always working to show the Lord how much I loved him. I tried so hard to bring in more people to him, to show him how I loved him, and I left you, the one person he gave me to serve first, for last.
The whole conversation had gone south and completely off course. This was supposed to be about Dad and a wife, not things that couldn't be changed. She tried for a little levity. Well, Jesus said the last shall be first, so maybe now it's my time for my first.
Maybe.
So, if I could have you put me first at this time in our lives, however I wanted it to look, it would be for you to put a wife in that number 2 spot. I'd love being number 3 if you had someone to work with you. God first? Always. But I really believe that a wife who loves serving the Lord with you is exactly what you and this ministry needs. She may have had her doubts about Natalie at some point, but connecting Natalie's love of service with her father and his ministry tossed them aside. Ezra took the first bite of pie. Apples, cinnamon, and sugar overtook her senses.
I just don't know anyone like that,
Dad whispered. Oh, this would be too easy. Ezra didn't even try to stop herself from asking, Don't you? Chapter 9. November 5th. If his daughter had been 20 years younger, Scott Keel would have taken her over his knee and given her a sound spanking. Forget that he'd never done it before, had never seen a need for it. But it was Ezra's fault that he couldn't stop thinking about Natalie, looking for ways to see Natalie, and generally making a fool of himself around, you guessed it, Natalie. Oh, yes, he knew who she'd meant when she'd asked him if there wasn't someone he could think of, and he knew it was ridiculous as well as she should. Natalie Dersham could be his daughter, literally. That fact did little to prevent him from being the aforementioned fool, though. At least, as far as he could tell, the fool-making was all internal. Now that he'd decided that, he'd probably have his water dribble out of his mouth or something equally mortifying and revolting. Then again, he was no longer in the 6th grade, and the cutest girl in school was probably now a grandmother, if her kids weren't slackers like his. And that thought clinched it. Grandpa. He could be a grandpa. There was no way a woman like Natalie Dersham would ever consider a life with a guy old enough to be called Gramps. She needed someone who hadn't already raised his family.
I just appreciate her work ethic and love for you, Lord. Remind me of that when I start losing focus. If we can get her installed here at the church, I can admire from afar, or not. No, I do not need to be admiring anything but that work ethic and love for you. So, that's my request. Keep my mind stayed on you and my heart firmly fixed on the ministry you've given me.
When Ezra breezed into the kitchen with Natalie in tow 5 minutes later, Scott had to remind himself that the Lord hadn't agreed to his terms yet.
Can we get a seal of approval on that? Something very definite? Something that says, I've got your back, Scott?
Natalie quit her job.
Not quite what I was thinking, but...
Scott shot Natalie a concerned look.
Is this a congratulations moment or an I'm sorry one?
She shrugged and tried to telegraph some warning that he couldn't decipher before saying, both. Ezra tried to promise I could use the storage building for some of my stuff if I have to rent a room with someone after the first of the year, but I said we had to ask you first. He wanted to tease Ezra about someone being mature in this situation, but it would only fuel the girl's madness. Instead, he nodded.
Of course. How about eating with us whenever it's convenient? That will mean a smaller food budget and less need of cooking facilities in whatever you find.
Before Natalie could demur, Ezra pounced. That sounds great. Let's do that, especially if I'm busy and can't get home. You could make dinner, couldn't you?
Laying it on a bit thick, aren't you, Ezzy dear?
Natalie seemed not to notice. She pulled a chopstick, or maybe it was a knitting needle, from her hair and shook it out before scooping it back up again. I have a meeting with the resort on La Foina. Their event coordinator will be off for 3 months, maternity leave. If I get the job, I'll be set through April at least. So glad I saved everything I could before I came and after I got here. It's given me a tiny bit of wiggle room. Ezra pulled out her phone, squeaked, and dashed for the door. Polly is at the boat to put the name on it. He's early. When is anyone on these islands early? Bye.
If I didn't know you wouldn't directly lie to me like that, I'd call you a liar.
Natalie didn't seem to think anything of her disappearing. She helped herself to a kitchen chair and pulled a planner from her bag. Ezra says you have a few projects you need help with. I've got the time. Maybe overhauling the church office for a more efficient workflow and clutter-free, or as much as possible, appearance wasn't high on Scott's list, but when he took off to help build a ramp for a woman with a new wheelchair, Natalie looked at the long list of things to do, realized how many of them would be in that office, and decided she needed peace in her space or she'd never be effective. 30-year-old files she put in boxes and stacked in the corner. She'd scan them and get them out of the room as soon as possible. At least now she had an idea of what she'd be able to get out. Old catalogs so out of date that the companies might not exist anymore went onto the burn pile. A ton of childish creations, probably gifts from Ezra over the years, went into a box, each carefully wrapped to protect it. Natalie hesitated and then carried it into the house and went to find Scott's room. Oddly enough, it was as neat and tidy as Ezra's wasn't. She'd always assumed his space would be as scattered as his brain, but apparently not. Sparse, though. It was sparse. She left the box on his bed and escaped before the temptation to spread the little trinkets around the room overtook her better judgment. She stopped by the kitchen, glanced around, and found that there wasn't anything waiting for supper. That would never do. A riffle through the freezer produced what looked like pork ribs, so she set them in cold water in the sink and set a timer on her phone to go cut them in half and get them slow cooking in an hour. Hopefully that's what you did with ribs. Natalie hadn't ever cooked them before. The moment she stepped back into the office, she decided. The computer monitor she'd brought from home and had installed in her office at Malolo now sat in a closet in her bungalow. After another scowl at the old CRT monitor taking up half the desk space, she sent Scott a text. "Can I borrow your Land Cruiser? I need to bring something to the office." His reply prompted a laugh. It'll cost you." Natalie hesitated a moment before deciding to play along. "Yeah, what?" The seconds turned into a minute, and then into 2. Uh-oh. Maybe she'd gone too far. Then her phone pinged again. "I'll let you off easy this time. Take something out for dinner. I think we forgot." Already done. Her own laughter startled her when his reply of, "Gimme a second, then. I'll think of something." Natalie hopped up to go when she realized she didn't have keys. "Where are the keys?" "Spares are in the drawer next to the fridge. And you still owe me. I'm thinking." Only after she dashed for the keys and then for the cruiser did Natalie decide how to respond. She invited Siri to do the honors, and the helpful electronic assistant complied. "While you're thinking, I'm doing. I think you might owe me." Siri chirped back with his reply. "I always pay my debts. What do you want?" That was the problem. She didn't know. Still, she couldn't let him get away without paying up. So she said she wanted dessert and for him to be home no later than 7. Surely ribs could bake longer if necessary. She told him to surprise her on the dessert and reminded him that Ezra might be there too. An hour later, just as she'd stashed the old monitor in the storeroom and had opened up the overflowing inbox, Ezra dashed in. "I forgot to take something out for dinner. Can you stay?" "Yep, and it's bacon, so you're good." "Baking? What?" Ezra flopped down in the now empty occasional chair and eyed the room. "Wow, this looks great. Where'd the monitor come from? Dad wouldn't let us spend the money on one, even when I found one for $50. "Brought it from home. How goes the book hunt?" That perked the girl up. "I bought a whole library. It cost me half my money, but there are hundreds of books. My room is going to be stacked with books until I get my shelves built, but wow, we're talking a lot of books, and all real books." That didn't make sense. "What do you mean, real books?" "You know how personal libraries can be. They're either by people who really do read books and have good stuff, or by people who want to look educated and just buy pretty books to look good on a shelf, the classics no one really reads." "I read classics," Natalie protested. "I like Trollope and Dickens and—" "The Aeneid? Walden? Really? You read those? Euripides?" There Ezra had a point. "I concede those, although there are bits of Walden that are good." "You can probably jerk decent bits out of Mein Kampf. Doesn't make it worth reading." Before Natalie could reply, Ezra leaned forward. "Look, I have to talk to you about something." "Yeah?" She shouldn't have spoken without really looking at the girl. Ezra had never seemed so intense. "I want to play matchmaker." "Do your victims want a match made of them?" Too late, Natalie realized she shouldn't have asked. "I don't know. Do you?" And who would you be trying to fix me up with? Natalie wasn't stupid. She knew the answer, but enjoying a man's company, respecting him, and even the occasional flirtation over car keys were a far cry from his daughter actually trying to set them up. My dad. Before Natalie could get out her protestation, Ezra held up her hands in surrender. I know. Just hear me out. My dad has never shown interest in a woman before. I don't know if you've noticed, but he's totally intrigued by you. There's a difference between intrigue and interest. I think he just can't believe I can get stuff done when he can't. It sounded petty, arrogant, and ridiculous, but it was the best she had. Ezra just stared and then shrugged off whatever ire had started to rise. All I want to do is send some nudges your way. Feel him out and see if he'd consider being more overt with his interest. But I wanted to ask you how you felt about that before I did. Nudges? As if Natalie hadn't put out a question, and she knew Ezra knew she had, Ezra continued. I think a couple of nudges would be all it would take for him to admit to himself that he's attracted to you, and that maybe there could be something there. I won't if it makes you uncomfortable, though. And as if she anticipated a direct no, Ezra added, At least say you'll pray about it. Ezra, we've got to be near the same age. Don't you think I'm a bit young for him? Natalie chose to ignore the part of her that begged Ezra to say no. This wasn't the time for an emotional reaction. This was serious. That much she could tell. You're what, 32? 3? 35, but thanks. See? Not much older at all. And anyway, I don't think it should matter. If the right people find each other, I think the last thing that should come between them are race and age, don't you? Actually, Natalie did, but she wasn't ready to admit that yet. It could be her last line of defense. Instead, she tried going for a sideways approach. So, how do you see this going? I don't know. I would just ask Dad to ask you out or something. What do you think? Would you go? Even as she mentally picked out an outfit, Natalie said, I don't know. I've never thought about it. Honesty prompted a sigh. Okay, I have let myself consider it when the idea comes to mind. I mean, he is crazy attractive, and he loves the Lord like nobody's business, and he encourages me to love the Lord, and I love being with him. Natalie turned away before her red face gave away the few secrets she had left. So, yeah, I've thought about it, but only long enough to tell myself to forget it. That seemed to satisfy Ezra. Then, unless you tell me no way, I'm going to try. And I admit it might take some work, not because he's not interested. If he resists, it'll be about his personal insecurities, the age difference thing, and well... A look Ezra's way showed the girls, and why did she always think of Ezra Keel as a girl, anyway? Cheeks turning dark pink as well. I kind of let him have it about how focused he gets on his ministry stuff. He tends to ignore me. He expects a lot of me, and he forgets that relationships are more than working together for a common goal. So he'll say no because... Why? Because he's given me scraps all my life, and I've already told him he needs a wife, and he can't let her languish at the bottom of his time pile. He'll want to avoid something he wants rather than hurt someone else. So... Well, I'm glad you did that. I don't mind coming second to the Lord, but I'd want to be alongside any guy for anything else, no matter who the guy is or what his job is. Ezra nodded. Exactly what he needs to hear. From you. Anyway, the point is that if he says no at first, it's not you, it's him. And I don't think it'll mean never. But it might be. You need to know that. If I can't make things work before the first of the year, I'll have to go home. You didn't get the job. She shook her head. Too overqualified, apparently. That's the popular phrase this week. I think Jeff is calling around telling places I'm difficult to work with. She sat up straighter, turned to the monitor, and opened the first email. So, maybe starting something now isn't a good idea. Chapter 10. They ate on the patio, the three of them. Ezra put out candles and forked over the natural bug spray they used to fight off blood-sucking dinner guests. Natalie looked and acted nervous, probably residual embarrassment from their texting earlier. He'd have to be more careful, more circumspect. Then again, no one could turn anything either of them said into something inappropriate. Friends teased. I hear we have dessert. What do you get?
You'll see. She turned to Natalie.
Did you give him any hint as to what to bring?
Nope.
Her reply might have been curt, but the smile she tried to suppress told him she wasn't angry.
Told him to choose, but to bring something.
Bet he brought more ice cream so I could make milkshakes.
Scott didn't hide his smirk in time.
See, I told you.
She jumped up and raced for the kitchen. Natalie quirked an eyebrow, or rather she tilted her head while raising both, giving the appearance of it. To Scott's disgust, he found it adorable.
Ice cream?
Yes, but a red herring to throw her off my scent.
Sounds fishy to me. They were laughing when Ezra returned, triumphant, and sucking on a spoonful of ice cream. Told. Wait, what's so funny?
You'll see. Now sit, and let's pray. The food's getting lukewarm. Though Ezra wasn't all wrong, he did hope she'd make milkshakes to go with their dessert, just little ones. And if she thought about it, she'd know what he bought. But Ezra's failing, her propensity toward self-satisfaction when she thought she was right, would serve him well. The ribs were pretty good, considering they'd just been baked. He'd have to mark stuff off-limits if he wanted it saved. Then again, she said she'd chosen what she thought she could defrost enough to get in the oven in time, so who was he to complain? They hadn't had dinner that wasn't another salad with bits of protein thrown in to keep him half alive. Ezra finished first. Okay, who's making the milkshakes? It's not me. Not this time.
I don't know how, Natalie protested.
And I brought something else for dessert. So, if you want milkshakes, Ezzy dear, you'll have to make them after all.
Ooh. His daughter's face lit up. He got sneaky. Smart move. So, what's it going to be?
I left it in the oven after Natalie took out the ribs.
From the kitchen, a screech of "Pane Popo" reached them a moment later. Natalie mouthed, "Pane Popo?" while Ezra ranted that she'd have to make milkshakes now. You did that on purpose. Scott shrugged.
It's my favorite dessert, but she likes it with milkshakes. A win-win for all of us.
And what is a pane popo?
Are pane popo, he corrected. Sweet coconut rolls. Delicious. These have a coconut glaze that is out of this world, with roasted candle nuts sprinkled on top. Mmm.
Candle nuts? He licked his fingers, wiped them on a napkin, and leaned back.
I've heard you really can burn them like candles or torches because of the high oil content. I think they taste a lot like macadamia nuts.
Candle nuts? Weird.
Some of the locals call them kukui, Scott offered. My wife described them as candle nuts to me, so that's what I've always called them.
The blender whirred in the kitchen. At first, he thought he should make some kind of conversation, but the cool evening, the quiet rustle of trees, and that wonderful feeling of companionship stopped him.
Every moment doesn't need commentary to be enjoyed, does it, Lord?
Too bad Ezra didn't get the memo. She crashed in on the Serenity with a tray holding 3 small milkshake glasses and a plate of pani popo. I don't know why Dad owed you this time, but make it happen more often. Yum. The women began talking about upcoming plans at the church, and, not to his surprise at all, Ezra handed over the Christmas play, Lock, Stock, and Barrel. Natalie didn't seem fazed. If anything, she looked excited. How long would it take to wear out that enthusiasm? He'd have to watch out for that. Well, I have inventory to try to remember, his daughter insisted the moment she wiped the last bit of glaze from her plate with her finger. She rose, piled the empty dishes on the tray, and headed inside. Night, Nat. Nat? Natalie shrugged. If she'd stayed long enough, I'd have quoted Haman from the VeggieTales Esther. Are you calling me a gnat? She rose. Well, if I'm going to be any use tomorrow, I better go. Scott walked her down the side path to her Vespa and watched as Natalie pulled out that hair stick thing and tucked it into her purse. She shook out her hair and pulled her helmet over it. Thanks for dinner and dessert, Scott, she added as she slid onto the seat. Delicious.
Thank you. We wouldn't have had anything nearly as good without you. You're making yourself indispensable around here.
My diabolical plan, she grinned. Oh, and don't hate me for the office, okay? I had to do it to stay sane. With that, she started up her scooter and zipped off. Scott just stood there wondering what she could be talking about.
Office?
He bolted for the door, pushing it open and flipping on the light in nearly the same moment. A flat monitor sat where the trusty old box version had been.
I sure hope she didn't spend too much on that.
But the rest of the room, a bunch of boxes stacked in a corner, was all that remained of clutter he hadn't had time to deal with. Well, all the years he'd been there. The sound of a voice clearing behind him nearly made him jump out of his skin.
You got me. What? Oh.
He'd turned to find Ezra there.
Thought Natalie came back to torment me more.
Torment you? He shoved his hands in his pockets and gazed at the room, his spirit quieting in the orderly space.
Yeah, she dropped the bombshell about the office, said not to hate her for it, and took off. I thought you were her, she, whatever, coming back to tease me.
No, just me, coming back to terrify you. Have a seat. She plopped herself down in the empty chair and gestured for the miserable office chair.
Maybe I should replace that. It's one thing for us to put up with it, but...
The thought produced a wince. Why was it okay for him to spend the money on Natalie, but he'd let his own daughter deal with something that made any normal body's back ache and anyone else's need a chiropractor? Dad, I need you to focus.
I need to.
No. She scowled at him, looking much like she had when she was 4 and refused to take a nap in the middle of long afternoons doing a church revival. It ain't right, Daddy. It ain't right to sweep. She'd corrected her lazy speech there. Sleep when we're supposed to be learning about Jesus. And what parent could argue with that? He sat and smiled at her.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Ezra returned the grin. Now, I need you to listen to me. It's important.
Listening ears are on and tuned into EZRA. Over.
The classic eye roll only made him grin bigger. Whatever? I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been watching since Mallory and Benjamin were here, and you're different around Natalie than you were.
Like that's not your fault for putting ideas in my head.
He started to say as much, but Ezra preempted him. No, listen. He zipped his lip. Good. When they were here, I mentioned how much you needed help, especially with me wanting to do something else. We were talking about an office assistant when Benjamin said, "No, what he needs is a wife," or something like that. Mallory said Natalie, and I thought it was crazy, thought she was too young for you.
And you were right. Her pointed look prompted a locked motion on the lips.
No, I wasn't. Mallory shot down every one of those objections. Then, when they left, I got so caught back up in work that I didn't notice until the other day. I've been thinking back and...
She leaned forward, reaching for his hand.
Dad, you enjoy her. You light up when she's round, and she lights up too.
He would have argued, but caught himself in time.
You care about her. I know you do. And if you'd examine your heart, you'd know it too.
This time, she didn't keep going, and Scott chanced a response. What do you want from me, sweetheart? I don't know what you want.
I want you to give the idea thought, prayer. I want you to try with her. If you won't do it for yourself, then do it for me. Please?
She looked ready to cry. Scott brushed her cheek with the back of his hand and sighed. You really are all grown up. Why do I forget that?
You want to?
There was her familiar sass. Then she drooped again and asked,
So, you'll do it?
I can't. Think about what would happen if it didn't work out. He'd have to deal with how disappointing it was to have to admit this to her. Things would be awkward all around at church. I need her there with you gone.
There's a good chance she's going after the first of the year anyway.
If hearts could stop beating, his did. What? He leaned back and tried to hide the panic that began bubbling up in him.
She told me earlier she didn't get the job. She doesn't want to go, doesn't want to leave here. Or you.
She said me?
He ordered his sweat glands to cease and desist, and his heart to resume normal operations.
You talked to her about me?
When it became obvious she had, he croaked out.
About what? Dating me?
Yeah, I did. I knew I needed to talk to you both and start things rolling or it would never happen. Then, when she told me that about leaving, I knew why I felt compelled to do this.
Uh-oh. This is not going to go my way.
The Lord knew she was going, Dad. He knew. He prompted me. I'm sure of it. Do you really want her to go before discovering if this could be God's gift for you?
Scott quirked an eyebrow. Overkill much?
No.
She jumped up and stood, hands on her hips.
God's gift, Dad. God's. It's like he's going to say, Merry Christmas, Scott Keel. I sent you the best gift you could have hoped for, and you refused receipt? Are you really going to do that?
Definitely overkill. And when he didn't answer, she stormed into the house, slamming the door behind her. Oh, yeah, his girl was ticked. The question was, is she right?
Chapter 11. Steaming coffee and a plate of pani popo sat at her desk when Natalie arrived the next morning. A blue planter had been placed on the corner of the desk with a small coral and pink blooming frangipani in it. The fragrance filled the office and prompted a smile. Ezra really is a dear.
Good morning.
Natalie jumped and nearly dropped her purse. Scott stood in the doorway behind her, grinning. Glad I amused you. Aloud, she just said, You scared me.
That was the idea. He shot her a look, something akin to hesitation, before adding, Of course I was hoping you'd jump into my arms or something, but... His neck reddened. That maybe came out all wrong.
Did it? He shot her another look, straightened, smiled, shook his head.
No, that's about right.
Ezra talked to you. The moment she said the words, Natalie could have screamed at herself. What idiot!
Yep. Seems she's been noticing things I've been trying to hide, even from myself. I had it out with the Lord last night.
He turned away at that, and Natalie couldn't figure out what she'd said, or what he'd said for that matter, to drive him away, but he just bent over, picked up another mug and plate, and moved into the office.
Mind if I have a seat? We could talk about it.
Though Natalie nodded and gestured for him to take the comfy chair, he appropriated the desk chair instead. She set her purse on the bookshelf in the spot she'd reserved for it and picked up her mug and plate. The prayers she tried to shoot heavenward never formed actual words or coherent thoughts. Wasn't there something about how the Holy Spirit could work with intent? She sure hoped so, but right now, even that thought was too nebulous to imagine. Underneath the plate was a small envelope. Her name had been neatly printed in Scott's block print. She'd never seen it that neat. Do I open this now, or...
Whenever.
He might have said he didn't care, but she could see it. He wanted her to open it now. So she did. The words. Oh, boy.
Natalie, how does a guy as old and messed up as me ask someone like you to give him a chance? I don't know, but I'm doing it. If our age difference doesn't bother you, will you pray about it? Go out to dinner with me, or walk along the beach with me, or anything? I'll pretty much take whatever scraps you have to give until I convince you I'm worth the effort. In all honesty, it'll be a lie, but if you choose to believe it, that's on you, right? Because here's the truth. The more I think about it, the more I realize how much I care for, maybe even love, you. Here's praying for a chance. Scott.
Her heart raced. Breathing became impossible. Tears smarted, and oh, if it had only been because she was overcome with love and emotion instead of sheer panic. Oh, yes. Only Natalie Jean Dersham could react to a man's declaration of love, even if with a question mark after it, by having a panic attack.
Hey, you okay?
She shook her head, gasping for air. He knelt beside her, holding her hand, rubbing her back.
Try breathing slowly. You're practically hyperventilating. In, out.
And then he prayed, asking the Lord to calm her, give her the oxygen she needed, and even threw in a joke about knowing she had to care a little about him if he took her breath away. That prompted a laugh, and the control she'd lost began to return. It didn't solve things, but it sure helped. Thanks, she gasped out.
Need an inhaler or...
Panic attack. Hadn't had one in... Natalie swallowed and concentrated on breathing for a moment. In at least 10 years. College. Midterms and finals. So embarrassing.
Are you saying your answer will be final?
Natalie choked out another gasp. Dad jokes? Really? He shrugged.
I'm a dad, so...
If she hadn't just read a note that told her he cared about her and wanted to pursue a relationship with her... Natalie concentrated on that thought for a moment. How old-fashioned it sounded. How old-fashioned the whole thing was. Ezra trying to set up two friends. Him saying he wants to see where things could go and admitting he cared about her. Her hoping that it would end up turning into something permanent. Once more, her heart pounded. Natalie sucked in air and tried to calm herself again. Scott kept rubbing her back and praying. When she managed to regain control of her breathing and no longer felt dizzy, She sat up and asked for her coffee.
Because caffeine is a good idea right about now. You're crazy.
But he gave it to her nonetheless. I was just thinking. She met his gaze and swallowed hard. He was so close. Where do you see this going? If there's a this, I mean. Scott squeezed her hand and moved back to the desk chair.
Well, not to be creepy, but I wouldn't even consider it if marriage wasn't the object.
That's what I assumed. She felt her face heat. Sorry, but it is.
No sorry needed for me.
Scott grabbed his mug and nearly sloshed it into his lap with his recklessness.
Ezra's right. Or half right.
Uh-oh, that didn't sound good. Half right?
She thinks I've been falling for you since her friends were here.
But you haven't? He shook his head.
I think it began back in April when a certain dark-haired woman stepped into my church and smiled at me.
It was sure hot in the office today. Natalie didn't bother trying to hide her smile. Well, you were pretty cute.
Were? Not anymore, though.
Fishin'. Scott leaned forward. It occurred to Natalie that he did that often. Leaned forward to enter people's personal space just a bit whenever he wanted to capture and hold their attention.
If it gets you to smile at me like that, yeah.
No, this was crazy. Too fast. They'd been friends, just friends, the night before. Okay, they'd flirted now and then, but was it? Or was it just normal teasing among friends? And yet, 7 months. She'd been here almost 7 months. Was it fast?
Tell me what you're thinking.
Natalie gazed back at him over the rim of her mug. Should she? Then again, why not? If things didn't change, she'd leave here and never see him again. I might have to leave, Scott. I didn't get the job.
Ezra told me.
Well, and it hadn't stopped him from pursuing this. Interesting. So, if we're gonna do this, we have to really do it. I mean, we have to have the hard conversations, even before a first date. If we even have time for dating. I mean, you're busy. I'm busy here now. When would we even have time for something like dating? Scott put down his mug and leaned back in the chair this time, watching her. Interesting. What did that mean?
What hard conversations?
Maybe getting irritated wasn't fair, but she did. One by one, she ticked items off her fingers. Age difference. How do you feel about it? Another finger. Children. I've never had any. Ezra's old enough to be my sister. How do you feel about being a dad whose kid graduates on his 70th birthday? Another finger. How long is long enough to decide? What if I have to move? Do you do email relationship building? The ticked-off fingers flew one after the other now. I need to know. It's not very romantic, but... She dropped her gaze and decided against saying the one thing that had begun to rise to the surface ever since Ezra had spoken to her.
But it's nice to put it all out there instead of pretending we don't hope it'll end up with a happily messy ever after.
Her choked out, yes, earned her him beside her again, arm around her, and another prayer asking for wisdom and favor. I could get used to this, she whispered.
Me too,
he squeezed.
So we'll try it?
What idiot would say no to that? Yeah, and you'd better find a way to make it work, because my heart's already breaking at the idea it won't.
I'll put it on my never-ending to-do list.
At her scowl, he added,
At the top, of course.
Natalie did her best not to grin, but truth be told, she probably did. And at the look in Scott's eyes, She decided she really didn't care. Okay then, let's get to it. But first, Ezra gave me the Christmas play, so can I get some direction on that before we start flirting? I really need my wits about me until I have a plan.
Deal.
His phone blipped.
Ugh.
He held up the phone where a message reminded him that he had a 9 o'clock meeting with one of the church elders.
I'll be back in an hour. We can talk about it then.
A dark look passed over his face.
Or maybe I can reschedule. Let me call.
No, Scott. Go.
Ezra says.
She rose and pushed him toward the door. I know what Ezra says, and she might be right. Maybe. But this isn't one of those occasions. You made an appointment. It's right to keep it. If I were bleeding out on the floor and you went, or if my mom just died and you went, maybe. But this is a Christmas play. It can wait a couple hours. I'll even call Ezra and get her 2 cents before we chat. Now, go. And to assure him of her sincerity, she even kissed his cheek. Scott disappeared out the door and stuck his head in a moment later.
Just for the record, I could get used to that.
Me too, she thought as she turned on the computer monitor. Or even something a little more, like a real kiss. Someday. Probably not until we're married. Just the thought solidified a decision. I don't think I could kiss that guy for real if I wasn't married to him. Not and have things be appropriate. Nope. She sighed like a teen girl in a 1960s movie. Definitely not. Chapter 12. After the fastest elder meeting in the history of St. Alan's Church, Scott zipped back to the office with a heart fuller and lighter, and just how was that possible, than he could ever remember. He debated heading for sodas and stopped short at the sounds of voices coming from the office. It sounded like Natalie and Ezra were already discussing the play. Good. Okay, so I pick the cast, assign the supporting roles for costumes and sets, make posters, and talk radio shows into giving us free spots. Anything else? Some, but not much. And you delegate all you can. Trust me. Great. I was about to ask if I can delegate. Scott appeared at the doorway in time to see Natalie scribbling furiously on a notepad. And what play are we doing? I don't know. Let me know what you come up with, though. I'll help wherever I can, of course. The play's one of the funnest jobs you'll have. Natalie laughed. No, really. What play? Where is it? I don't know. You tell me. You're joking. The pen dropped, and Natalie went rigid. Scott winced.
Uh-oh.
We have 6 weeks to put on what? Ezra just laughed, though, and that's when Scott noticed the other chair was empty, and Natalie's phone was on the desk. This is my life, Nat. I'm just giving you a realistic idea of what it looks like. When Natalie's head dropped into her hand, Scott winced again. Natalie sighed and asked, Does he help? No one had to ask who he was. Ezra at least gave him some credit. If you ask him to, he'll help. Dad's a hard worker, and he's scatterbrained sometimes, but he's not a jerk.
High praise indeed.
Scott cleared his throat.
Trouble in paradise?
That's all it took. Natalie sat up and told Ezra she had to go. Okay, so I just discovered we don't have a play. Her fingers began clacking over the keyboard. Here we go. No, dumb. She went back to the monitor and scrolled a bit more. Oh, right, I remember this one. She clicked on a link and showed him. It's kinda like A Christmas Carol, but in Bethlehem, and the innkeeper is Scrooge.
So what's your idea?
He pulled the chair up closer, angling to read the list of notes. Well, she clicked again. This is the cast we'd need. Do we have the people to pull this off? That stopped him. Scott sat back and ran his hands through his hair.
Like, do that play?
Natalie stared at him as if what few marbles he had left had been tossed into the sand down on the beach. That was the general idea. We need a play. I found a play. But will this cast list work?
We usually come up with something new, unique, something that hasn't been done before.
After a moment staring at him, at her paper, at the calendar on the wall, and back at him, she said, "Are you saying that I not only have to pull together and pull off a play in 6 weeks, but I also have to write the thing?" Relief filled him. She finally understood.
Yeah, it's what we do. Ezra.
Natalie stopped him right there. "I don't believe this. Okay, 2 things. 1, you will not spend the next 30 years of our lives telling me that Ezra always did it, or did it this way or that way. I'm not Ezra."
Yes, ma'am.
"I'm from the South, bucko. That's not an insult to me."
Didn't mean for it to be.
Scott grinned at her and, as was fast becoming a terrible and wonderful habit of his, he squeezed her hand.
Always had a soft spot for a Southern accent.
Despite her convincing scowl, the smile twitching at the corners of her mouth gave her away. "Flattery."
It's not flattery if it's true.
As if contemplating the meaning of that, Natalie stared at the desk. Her gaze shifted to her pad, to the screen, and back to him. Her eyes widened. How had he not noticed how pretty those eyes were? "You sidetracked me. Now, we need to brainstorm, fast. If I have to write something, I need ideas. So give me ideas. Then we'll meet up and I'll show you what I've got."
Natalie, you're sounding panicked again.
"That's because I am." She tried to steady her breathing again. He could see it. "I do not have a creative bone in my body. I need ideas. I can work with ideas and turn them into something usable, but I can't come up with something from scratch. Give me something." She was serious. The crazy lady was actually serious. She thought, uh-oh, he'd better think fast, because the look in her eye told him she was about to come completely unhinged.
Okay. Well, we need Christmas.
Yep, that's a given.
And something funny is always good.
Natalie nodded.
Something that fits the islands might be good too.
Yes, by this point, Scott had begun spitballing, whatever that meant. And for reasons he couldn't fathom, Natalie was writing it all down. Right there in black and white she had Christmas, funny, island-inspired. Just like that, she looked at him with this expectant expression like she expected more from him. Scott racked his brains.
Christmas, reindeer, Santa. No. That's commercial American Christmas. Carols, Bethlehem, peace on earth, goodwill to men. Hey, that rhymes. Maybe a musical? Mix up old songs from ages ago. Don't sit under the mistletoe bough with anyone else but me.
Is it any wonder that Scott peered at Natalie out of the corner of his eyes? Then it hit him. Mistletoe. Before he could consider the wisdom of his idea, he asked,
"So, do you think a true story might work?"
"Sure."
"How about something a little unconventional on the Christmas scale?"
Natalie pulled the pad closer. "Just give it to me. As long as I have something to go from, I can make something out of it. Might be a mess, but it'll be something. Right now, you're asking me to play God, create something out of nothing." She winced. "I think that's the most I've ever said something at one time."
Something to remember for the future. Okay.
He pretended to dodge a blow.
Well, When I came here, I assumed there wasn't mistletoe outside the U.S. and England.
At her incredulous look, he tried to defend his thoughts.
I didn't know it was all over the world. I just thought it was a Northern Hemisphere thing, probably brought to the U.S. by the Pilgrims or something.
Pilgrims, kissing in doorways.
Okay, when she put it like that, but her
really
was almost too much.
He chose to ignore it.
When I met my wife and Christmas time rolled around, I decided to hang bunches of hibiscus so that I could catch her under them.
Seriously? She fell for that?
With a shrug, Scott went for broke. Okay, so she thought it was ridiculous, but she let me catch her, so it's become a thing around here.
Now that he'd spoken the story aloud, it did sound rather ridiculous. The crazy quotient increased when Natalie paused, pen hovering over the paper, and asked, "And where does Jesus come into this? I mean, it's cute, but..." Time to step it up a notch.
A little boy doesn't know where to find mistletoe, so he uses hibiscus after praying to Jesus for an idea on how to get his parents back together.
Natalie shook her head, so he tried again.
A Beauty and the Beast thing. Teen boy who is the school reject creates one in a kissing ball contest, and it's so unique, the cutest girl in school kisses him under it, and we somehow tie it to the last shall be first, or that Jesus makes everyone beautiful, and no, forget that.
Natalie looked relieved.
Maybe go with a little match girl kind of thing, where a kid sells them to buy a present for her mom. Some guy buys them all up, meets the mom, falls in love. Nah,
he began. Natalie's too Hallmark Christmas movie showed her agreement. Then it came to him.
I got it.
As if he hadn't just thrown out some of the most ridiculous ideas of all time, Natalie sat up straighter, pen poised, ready to write it down. Scott could have kissed her, would, just as soon as he could find a good excuse to do it.
Here it is. So, a church is having a Christmas play. A little girl moves in down the road and comes. It's her first time ever at church. She's never seen a Christmas play, and they're doing the usual Bethlehem thing.
Got it?
Well, the roles have all been given out already. Kids are learning their lines, but they want to include her, so they give her the job of decorating the stage for Jesus' birth. She overhears the preacher's story about the hibiscus, so...
He couldn't help a sidelong glance. Yep, Natalie was listening intently. Good.
She decides that if the hibiscus thing is so important to the preacher, then she'll string up garlands of hibiscus from all corners of the stage and swag it up over the manger. That way, everyone who comes to worship baby Jesus can kiss him under the hibiscus.
Oh, that's sweet. He nudged her before continuing.
I thought so. Anyway, when the kids see what she did, they make fun of her because that's not what it was like in Bethlehem. But the preacher...
Scott gave her a sidelong glance.
Well, he gets up and tells the story about being so silly about mistletoe. He says this little girl was wiser than any of them, because she knew that when you welcome a baby, when you welcome the Lord of Lords, you welcome him with love, and what better way to show it than with hibiscus kisses?
The woman's cheeks had turned pink again, probably just a reflection of his own flaming face, but at least she wasn't looking at him.
Then he can pull Mary over under the hibiscus ball and kiss her. You could play Mary.
Now, the woman's cheeks were pink all of their own accord. And well, Scott decided that was pretty cool.
The play's not bad either, but we probably have to scrap the kissing Mary thing. I can't play Joseph and the preacher, and it's probably not a good idea to model kissing another man's wife in a church play.
He shot Natalie another glance.
Too bad about that, Lord. Too bad.
Chapter 13. It didn't take long to discover the best reason for writing your own play: roles. Knowing how many people were participating made it easier to decide how many people to put into the cast and what ages those roles should be. Who knew that something creative like playwriting could also be organizational and logical? Scott teased her about that every chance he got. And maybe it was just the different time of year, but by the week of Thanksgiving, Natalie had definitely determined that she saw much more of him now than she had back in June. Not that she was complaining. Only one tiny little thing marred the perfection of their relationship. Natalie had always been adamant that relationships needed time to take root and grow before committing to something permanent. She didn't have time. Not really. And what was worse, in the rare moments she was honest with herself, Natalie didn't want that time anymore. But wasn't that exactly why she'd come to the relationships need time conclusion in the first place? Hadn't she seen the fallout of people jumping into something too soon? The number of broken engagements, early divorces, and even divorces after decades when one or the other party said, "We got married too quickly and I spent years trying to make it work. I'm tired of trying." Her mother said it was an excuse, that making it work really meant creating a Hollywood fantasy out of a prosaic couple with faults, flaws, and no airbrush machines. And her mother was probably right. Natalie could admit that. Still, how could taking the time and being certain hurt? The waiting, that's how. Already, after 2 weeks of open flirting and serious conversations, the waiting was becoming tedious. The sound of sensible shoes on the path added another reason for the tedium. While most of the congregation had welcomed their budding romance with open arms, one pair of sharp-eyed and disapproving sisters did not. Who would it be today? Disappointed Rosalie or agenda-laden Marguerite? A shadow filled the doorway, and not the one she'd come to watch for. Natalie turned. "Good morning, Miss Mole. How are you today?"
"I've told you I am Mrs. Mole."
"And so you have, often. Old habits die hard, as I've told you." This time Natalie tried for deflection. "You can take the girl out of the South, but you can't take the Southern manners out of her without her mama flying over for a talking to. Sorry, Mrs. Mullen. How's your husband today?"
"Luca is well, but Rosalie and I have been talking. Obviously, you are overwhelmed with everything here. What with Ezra up and leaving everything, you're not familiar with how things are done. So, Rosalie is working up a sweet little play, and I'll be taking over the directing of it. Just to relieve you, you understand."
"Relieve me to do what, exactly?" Sister Marguerite waved her hand around the office.
"Whatever has to be done here. Ezra spent hours trying to keep things going, so I know it must be difficult for you."
"It's actually going well. I have all the parts divvied up, and we begin this evening. I could always use help with sets and costumes if you're volunteering, though." The only way Natalie managed to get the words out was Scott's admonition in her head.
"And whatever you do, never allow the Karen sisters to take over anything. It happened twice because we didn't believe the first time was in a bizarre state of unavoidable events."
He'd leaned close and whispered in the eeriest, most ominous tone she'd ever heard.
"It wasn't. The second time was even worse. Don't do it. You'll never sleep again." "But your office work, we can't neglect."
"Everything's in order." Natalie's phone rang. A glance showed one of her side jobs. "Excuse me, Miss Molin. I have to take this." She turned away and pulled her planner closer. "Natalie Dersham speaking." "Yes, Mr. Okamura. I see that you need catering for 150 people. I have 2 options on standby, one with French cuisine and one with traditional Samoa and other Polynesian fare. Do you have a preference?" The cost difference is negligible." A huff beside her showed Sister Marguerite's opinion. Natalie really should remember to call the woman that, but a stubborn streak seemed to forget it at crucial moments. Mr. Akamura agreed to the local food options, requested the swing band, and insisted on the all-white tree with pink and blue frosted ornaments to represent the twins his wife carried.
"But gold, not silver. My wife doesn't like silver."
It was a strange combination, but she'd find a way to make it all work. Perhaps fresh hibiscus, white even, would look well nestled among the tree branches. And if the swing band wore hibiscus in their lapels... "I'll get things ordered and ready right away. The invitations went out this morning." That settled, she disconnected the call and turned back to Sister Marguerite. "Now, can I put you down for sets or costumes, Mrs. Sister Marguerite?" Oops, that transition hadn't worked. She coughed. "Pardon me, Sister Marguerite."
"You're moonlighting while working for the church?"
No need to look over at the woman to know disapproval flashed in neon lights on the woman's face, so to speak. "Actually, I work to pay my bills, so I don't have to ask the church to help to keep me from starvation. I'm blessed to have the time to volunteer to do the rest." That might have been overkill, but Natalie ignored it and returned the topic to where it belonged. "I really could use the most help with costumes." As expected, Sister Marguerite insisted she was far better with set design.
"I'll just take charge of that."
"Oh, Brother Michael is in charge, but I'm sure he'll let you know what he needs from you." She manufactured her best attempt at a grateful look and said, "Thank you so much for contributing. Would you ask your sister about the costumes? We wouldn't want to embarrass Scott by having the kids look like street urchins, would we?" And just what was a street urchin anyway? The only urchins she'd ever seen were sea ones, their shells anyway, and she liked those.
We'll see about that."
Though Natalie would have preferred to prevent the Karen sisters bothering Scott over something so ridiculous, her mother had suggested she not do that until she'd discussed it with him. He might not want that sort of help, and at this point, she was his new girlfriend. She'd insert a girly squeal here if the idea didn't feel so silly. Not a wife. Not yet. Buffer duty could come later.
"See about what?"
Only Scott arriving right then could have produced both a racing heart and a sigh of relief. This man. If anyone had told her before she left for Suamalie that she'd fall for a guy not much younger than her dad, she'd have laughed, and probably decided not to go, just in case. I would have been an idiot. Scott's hand on her shoulder sent prickles through her, all the wrong ones, and all sent from Sister Marguerite. They were probably supposed to be daggers or something. When his thumb caressed the back of her neck, those prickles turned to shivers. All the right ones. All his. Lord, I'm gonna love this guy, aren't I? Sense said that 2 weeks of dating, if that's what you could call what they were doing, wasn't long enough to know. Hope reminded her that she'd been working and fellowshipping with him and Ezra for months now. Her heart threw its lot in with hope. Then the conversation jerked her out of that dreamy daze and back into reality.
Putting the burden of costumes on Rosalie without even asking her.
Shocked by the untruth, Natalie muttered, "That's not how I remember it." Another dagger from Sister Marguerite should have silenced her, but something in the gentle pressure at the base of her neck kept her going. She sure hoped she read him right. "Is that what I said, Sister Marguerite? I thought I asked if you'd see if your sister would be willing to help with the costumes. I'm pretty sure I said something like, 'Will you ask your sister about the costumes?' before I made the joke about embarrassing Scott by having the kids look like street urchins." All they got was another harumph. Well, at least it wouldn't turn into a big argument. But Scott didn't let it go like she expected.
"Is that how you remember it?"
Natalie looked up to see his gaze firmly fixed on Sister Marguerite.
We should be sure there is no misunderstanding or offense intended or taken.
The woman had the grace to nod.
That's probably about right. That doesn't sound like Natalie was trying to put any burden on Rosalie to me. What about it felt heavy-handed to you?
The woman's eyes flashed.
You know how these things are. The young are always asking for a little help, and then dropping everything in someone's lap and going off to do who knows what. Not the work, that's for sure.
This time she stiffened, and her hackles rose higher than an Arkansas razorback. Scott massaged her neck, and she read him loud and clear.
Don't get your dander up. Got it.
Since this is Natalie's first year with the program, I assume you're referring to Ezra? When has she left you with more work than reasonable? Did you talk to her about it?
Oh, sweet Ezra would never. She's a good worker, that girl. It's a shame she's abandoned her ministry for a little hobby. We need her.
Natalie must have stiffened more, because his thumb kept kneading the knot that refused to relax now. How did Scott not blast the woman? Instead, he spoke low, slow, and with a firmness that would have made her quake in her boots as a child. If she'd ever worn boots, that is.
Sister Marguerite?
Scott sounded strained.
My ministry here was never my daughter's. She helped out because she loves the Lord, but when he showed her something that he wanted her to do and brought us someone to take her place...
This time, his arm slid around Natalie's shoulder where Sister Marguerite couldn't miss it.
Ezra felt free to pursue his will for her life, which I'm sure you would agree is the right thing for her to do.
His tone dropped to near sternness.
Do you understand how things are now?
The woman's chin came up.
Do you?
Scott sighed.
Natalie, will you excuse us? I need to have a private word with Sister Marguerite.
She would have closed the door behind her, but Scott held it open.
It's best to keep the door open whenever possible, but thank you.
Rain began to fall as Natalie stepped across the path to the Keels' kitchen, but still the door stayed open. She could hear every word clear as day.
I have avoided an uncomfortable situation for far too long. I think today is a perfect time to settle something.
I agree.
But Scott shushed the woman.
I need for you to let me speak. For some time now, you and your sister have made it plain that you would like to see a relationship develop between Rosalie and myself. Sister Marguerite, this will never happen. I've prayed about it for years. Long before the first matchmaking attempts, I've prayed about her as well as other women in the congregation.
Something hinted to Natalie that perhaps Sister Marguerite might have been one. She thought Ezra had said he was too busy for dating. But if he'd prayed... Interesting.
Only when I found my heart stirred toward Natalie, and then my daughter requested that I pray about pursuing a relationship with her, did I realize she was the only woman to become a part of our church that I hadn't prayed over. Why do you think that is?
The Lord's protection would be my guess, but I suppose you think it's love or something silly like that.
The moment of silence that followed made Natalie wonder if he'd sighed.
Fear. I know my heart. I know why I resisted. Fear. I didn't want another clear no from the Lord, and I didn't want a yes at first either.
Natalie's ears pricked up on that one. Why on earth not? She didn't hear Sister Marguerite's why, but the woman must have asked it.
Because I didn't think I had time for a relationship. Ezra's admissions of how much she'd felt neglected as a child proved to me that I had no business pursuing any relationship. That's when I had the strength to pray. I would get my no. All would stay the same.
But the Lord said yes.
Natalie smiled to herself. You said yes to me too. Thank you. The minute she heard those sensible shoes splashing down the walk, Natalie dashed across the walkway and into Scott's arms. He held her. She relaxed. He prayed. And all the while, they knitted together new strands of a relationship only the Lord could have designed. Chapter 14. Though Suamalie didn't celebrate Thanksgiving, the Keels most certainly did. Usually, they included a few others from the neighborhood or the church, and this year Natalie joined them as well. While the women roasted 3 chickens and tried to make real stuffing to suit Natalie, not easy without all the right ingredients, Scott sat in an elders' meeting to share the showdown with Sister Marguerite. He didn't think there would be repercussions. The woman had seemed resigned by the time she left and had sent an email that evening promising to pray for Natalie and him. So far, so good. But after Suamalie blithely ignored Thanksgiving, despite years of Scott trying to convince locals to adopt it, Christmas kicked into full gear on December 1st. Advent services every night while the children and cast practiced for the program, decorating homes, song fests and cookie parties, Advent calendars and la papillote, fancy wrapped chocolates. A festive wonderland that only just eclipsed the celebration during Founders Week in April each year. While he tried to keep the congregation focused on Day 7 of Advent verses, laughter and singing occasionally broke through from the annex where the children and other cast members worked on the production.
Lord, all I want for Christmas is soundproofing.
As if in answer, a pure, lone child's voice sang, "The little Lord Jesus asleep on the hay," so that everyone in the sanctuary could hear it. Smiles spread across faces, and rain poured down, drowning out any further serenades.
Point taken, Lord. Well, let's break down Micah 5:2. First, Bethlehem Ephrathah. Where is this?
By the time he'd finished, so had the rehearsal. Families reunited and dashed out for a splash home, to their cars or into the bus that Luca drove to the other side of their end of the island. Ezra waited for him, forehead furrowed. "She's overworking, Dad. I just know it. She's in there muttering and shuffling things. Maybe Sister Rosalie said something. They were talking for a while. I don't know. But fix this. I've never seen you so happy." She left him standing there, staring at the empty room. Scott straightened the battered songbooks, swept up sand and dirt from the concrete floor, and that's why he'd refused the gift of carpeting so often, and turned out the lights. The jog over to the annex got him soaked, but it didn't matter. Such was tropical island life. It rained nearly every day, sometimes just for a few minutes, other times for hours. Natalie worked from one corner of the room around the periphery, arranging scripts on this end, folding half-made costumes on the other. Only when she passed by him did she sense his presence and look up. "Oh, is it late? I can do this tomorrow."
Tell me what to do and I'll help.
The tension he hadn't noticed in her relaxed, making it visible. "Thanks. I didn't get over here earlier. Hiccup with the Okamura party that took me to a dozen places before I found what I needed. Anyway, I spent the whole night trying to get this stuff reorganized and hiding laughter." She shot him that look that always made his heart skip a beat or two. "You wouldn't believe tonight's top malapropism."
Yeah?
"Mara's our little unchurched girl, right?"
Right.
Natalie giggled, remembering the moment. Her words got all jumbled up, and instead of saying, "But the preacher loves hibiscus," and going on to the next line about the kiss, she said, "But the preacher loves his kisses." Then she couldn't figure out what was wrong, only that it was. She kept saying it over and over. "The preacher loves his kisses. The preacher loves his kisses. The preacher loves his kisses." I bet you could hear us laughing, even in the sanctuary.
We could.
He eyed her.
She's right, you know. The preacher loves his kisses. Or he will when his girl decides he can prove it.
Nuh-uh. Natalie grabbed the nearest weapon at hand, a PVC pipe meant to hold up something or other when assembled with the rest of the pipes and fittings at her feet. No can do. I know my limits, and you, Scott Keel, are definitely the limit.
And how many kids did you say you wanted to have?
He could see it on her face as if she'd asked the question, what does that have to do with anything? When she couldn't read him, she put down the pipe and continued straightening up. I always saw myself with 3 or 4, but however many the Lord wants me to have is good. 1, 30, doesn't matter to me.
Figures.
That stopped her. She turned her head and eyed him, wary. What figures? He just eyed her. Her cheeks turned pink. Scott Keel, I'll tell the elders on you.
I neither said nor did anything inappropriate.
Folding her arms over her chest, she fought back a laugh as she retorted, You thought it.
I thought that someone who knows her limits would be a great mother of a horde of kids.
His heart squeezed.
But Natalie, what if the Lord has given me just the 70 years Moses speaks of? Do you want to raise 6 kids, half on your own?
She started to say, Don't you mean does God want me to? But dropped the question at God and asked, Wait, isn't that in the Psalms?
90.
Oh, this was going to be fun. Then, isn't that David? He shook his head.
It's one of the few not attributed to David. This one's Moses. And you're dodging my question. The real one.
Would she know what he meant? Setting down an armful of paints and brushes, she came and wrapped her arms around him. I'm leaving this to you and the Lord, Scott. If we get married and you decide that we're not having children because you're convinced the Lord has said no, then we won't. I just ask that in your own insecurities or whatever issues come up, you not limit God. He gazed at her, loving the way she fitted so perfectly in his arms.
I'm going to spend the rest of my life explaining to polite questioners that the toddler I can't possibly hope to catch with my arthritic knees and artificial hip is not my grandchild but my child, aren't I?
Maybe.
You'll love me even if you have 2 of us in diapers?
She glanced away, and his heart constricted. This was what he'd been afraid of. This is why attempting a relationship had been a very bad idea. This. If you don't want this, Scott, you need to tell me now, she whispered. It might be possible to glue my heart back together now, but every day, the force behind you shattering it will become stronger. He squeezed, pulled her even closer, and held fast.
It's because I want this so much that I feel compelled to give you a realistic picture of...
The worst-case scenario?
Yeah.
Natalie chuckled as she stepped away from him, but it was a mirthless chuckle. Trust me, the worst cases I've come up with are infinitely worse, and I'm still here. The question is, are you really here? If she hadn't been so furious, Natalie would have laughed. They stood in the living room, 2 Keels against 1 Dersham. Actually, if she were honest with herself, Ezra was probably on her side. Still, she had to live with her stubborn, obnoxious father. Christmas is my favorite holiday, Scott. I'm not missing out just because you decided how I can and cannot spend my money. Well, newsflash, I'm not your wife and I don't have to listen to you. Furthermore, before I ever agree to such a ridiculous arrangement, we will come to an understanding, and you will give me your word that you will never try to tell me what I can and cannot give up for someone else as my gift. Cash to buy it, something I own, my time, none of it. That I do not agree to. The jerk's lips twitched. He found the argument funny. She did not. Ezra stood, ready to jump between them, her eyeballs doing that bouncing left and right thing that cartoons did whenever a tennis match played. The old-style cartoons, of course. The ones where personified animals did ridiculous things with just enough subtext to make the whole thing intelligent, rather than the over-sexualized junk she found these days. Not the time for internal commentary on the state of society, Natalie. You have an argument to win.
You don't have any income.
Ha, that's what he thought. Natalie started to fold her arms over her chest and stopped. First, she adjusted the Santa hat she'd worn while doing her shopping. Then, she folded her arms over her chest. There happens to be a nice fat check in my planner right now. Technically, that wasn't true. She'd already deposited it. Had to love mobile bank apps that made things so easy these days. And shredded it. All that was left was the stub that had come attached to the corporate check from Okamura Inc. Still, it amounted to the same thing. A smile tried to form at that. Good one, Natalie. Amounted to it.
One that will keep you in your bungalow, comfortable and well-fed, as long as you don't blow it on stuff we don't need. Stuff I don't need.
Ezra stepped into the fray. She turned her back on Natalie and got right up in Scott's face. Don't be an idiot. Are you really going to drive a wedge between you guys because her love language is gifts and yours is acts of service? Really? Whoa, where'd that come from? And girl, you're totally wrong. His is gifts. That's what's scaring him. Mine's quality time, but it's cute you think you know us.
Got that backwards, Ezzy, but still, yes. Because how can I enjoy...
He looked over Ezra's head now and right into Natalie's eyes.
Any gift that might mean she leaves us sooner.
Ezra kicked his shoe. Seriously, as if she were 5 and ticked off at mean old Daddy who didn't let her have ice cream when she wanted it. The girl, no, woman, kicked her father's shoe. If you ruin this, I will never want to forgive you. I'll do it, but only because Jesus says I have to. And then she stormed out of the house, but not before giving Natalie a wink. And what does that mean? Natalie didn't have time to think about that. Scott had handed her the perfect argument on a silver platter. Gold trimming, too. Which one do you want me to throw at you first? Offerings that cost me nothing? I'm with David. I won't offer them to God, and I won't offer them to people I care about. Or would you prefer, say, how God loves a cheerful giver? I bought your gift cheerfully, aside from spending time with you. Up until today, anyway. It was the most fun I've had since I got here. How about, it is more blessed to give...
I know the verses. Scott broke in. I can throw a few out there, too.
He would have moved closer, touched her face, told her with every bit of emotion his eyes could share how much he cared about her, loved her. Why was she having so much trouble with that love word today? But something held him back. Dropping her voice to a near whisper, she murmured, Do you really think I'd spend a dime that I thought would mean I had to leave you sooner?
Any dime is another minute you're away.
The silly fool. Great. Now she sounded like Abigail, and look where that had gone. Where's your faith? Not in me, in God. Natalie sighed. Okay, in me too. Seriously, if I'm gonna feel chastised every time I spend a penny that you haven't signed off for...
Tell me you spent less than $20 and I'll shut up.
Not even close. Exponentially more. And he'd love it. This isn't about dollars, and you know it. This is about trust. And you're proving to me that you don't trust me to make sound decisions when I have knowledge you don't. That got his attention.
What knowledge?
As she grabbed her purse and moved to the door, Natalie sighed and said, That's not the point. So here's the deal. I'm going home. I'll pray and ask God to show me where I'm wrong. I'm asking you to do the same." She meant to glance back, but his gaze caught and held hers. "Let me know if you want to talk again. Otherwise, I'll assume you've decided we won't work."
Over a Christmas gift?
Her heart sank as low as it could go. "I already told you," she said as she stepped through the door. "It's about trust." Chapter 15. Leaving had been the stupidest thing she'd ever done. Why was the kid always the most adult person in almost a family? Maybe when the kid is nearly the age of the soon-to-be mom, Lord. Did you catch the sub-prayer there? Yeah, I want her. I feel 5, but can I have a mummy for Christmas? Even if it's next year, that's fine, but... Meanwhile, she had a dad to chew out, a stepmother-to-be to educate, and a manger to dig out of storage. Where had that thing gone, anyway? First up, though. "I'm going in, Father, so I could use smart words and feelings not too bruised to handle them." That was clever if she did say so herself, but when she stepped into the office and Natalie just handed her a towel saying, "Don't even try. If he doesn't get it, this won't work." Redirection. She could do that. "I'm just here to ask you to pray for me. I need to talk to him." With a sigh, Natalie turned and faced her. "He doesn't see the problem. That is a problem. I don't think I'm always right about everything, but come on, Ezra. This one I am. Is giving him that stupid camcorder more important than he is?" "Nope. If it was about the camcorder, I'd have sent it back already." She stood and gave Ezra a hug. "It's okay. If this is the Lord's will, he'll deal with it. If it's not, then neither of us want it. Not really." Okay, if that wasn't proof that Natalie was perfect for her father, nothing was. She promised to pray and went for the Land Cruiser keys. Dad could be in a bunch of different places at this time of year, and she didn't have time to dawdle. Though she'd pictured herself tearing up dirt roads here and down macadam streets there, her first stop at his favorite place on the beach scored a home run. Bible open, gaze out at the sea. He looked the very picture of relaxed calm, proof he was still in turmoil. A lifetime with him had taught her the right way to go about getting through to him. Natalie would have to learn, that's all. Ezra sidled up to him and sat down, head resting on his arm. That arm came around and pulled her close, but he didn't say a word. It was a good 10 minutes before he finally spoke. In the meantime, she watched as island life went on around her. The fruit vendor peddling his fresh fruit skewers and fried breadfruit, tourists touring the island on rented bicycles, surfers coming in from a morning of surfing, a cruise ship headed toward the islands. Though far away, she knew it wouldn't be long before it turned and she'd have a side view.
"I wanted it to work, Ezra. I really thought—"
"You're wrong, Dad." Before he could get in another misguided thought, she barreled on. "Natalie isn't a missionary wife. Not yet. But she is a responsible, intelligent woman who has managed to make sound financial decisions that made it possible to stay here and work for us, for free, after quitting her high-paying job. And you basically treated her like a child who spent every dime of her birthday money on candy." He shot her a grin.
"You're still mad at me for not letting you eat it all at once?"
"Nope," she grinned back. "It was the right decision. But Natalie isn't 8. She's not spending everything she has on something wasteful." Then she pulled out the big guns. "Did you do as she asked? Did you pray about it?" When his shoulders slumped, she had her answer. "And God said?"
The verse that keeps coming to mind. Even when I try to convince myself that it doesn't apply is...
He pointed to the verse. Romans 12:8.
If it is possible on your part, live at peace with everyone.
Ezra just looked at him.
She said it was about trust. I agree, but trust works both ways.
She scooted around, the sand working its way behind her knees. Gross. Folding her arms over her chest, she gave the strongest glare she could manage.
You're right.
Eyes closed, he sighed.
Ezra, I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to convince her to let it go.
Then yield.
I can't. We can't be.
She jumped up. Time to get firm. No, you're right. When you guys are a we, then no, you can't. You have to be responsible with the money your supporters send. I get that, although they aren't half as concerned about every penny as you think they are. But she doesn't have to live like you are a we yet, because you aren't, not in that respect. Before he saw the tears starting to well up, Ezra turned and began walking away. She's right, you know. You don't trust her. In the car, Ezra watched her father for another couple of minutes. He sat there, gazing out over the water, and then dropped his head. Good. Let him argue with God and see where that got him. It never worked in her favor. She started the ignition and backed out of the parking space. Time for one more shot at Natalie before Dad got to her. Natalie had moved into the kitchen to start rice and stew by the time Ezra returned. Ezra grabbed an onion and began peeling the outer skins. Only when she saw Natalie's shoulders relax did she pounce. He's had over 30 years of having to watch every single penny, having to account for every expense, having to justify putting money away for if he's forced to retire when he knows that money could be used in the ministry. 30 years, Natalie. It's the I know, the trust, and I get it. I do. She dropped the knife onto the cutting board. She couldn't stay after she said it. But relationships need compromise, not in values or absolutes, in understanding, yielding rights when necessary. Think about that, too. There, she'd done her best. The rest was up to them. Her conscience squeezed as she took off toward the boat. Sorry, Lord. It's up to you. Definitely up to you. How many times had he told young men not to assume anything about relationships until the hard discussions had taken place? How many times had he said that dating wasn't engagement and engagement wasn't marriage? And here he was, pouting because he'd told a woman that he thought he loved her, had a few awkward but forthright discussions about how they saw marriage, and had considered it basically a done deal. And it wasn't. He hadn't asked. She hadn't said yes. And now it probably wouldn't happen.
Unless you can convince either her or the Lord to give it a second chance.
He winced.
Not her, you. What do I do?
The answer came as before. Be at peace. They'd have to try to talk it through. That's all there was to it. Now to get her to agree. Maybe he was a coward. Okay, no maybe about it, but he sent a text on ahead of him. Can we talk over lunch? I can bring sapas. The reply came back almost immediately. Stew and rice almost done. Come on home. That's all it took. Scott jumped up and strode toward home. A 15-minute walk, but he'd make it in 10 if he half-jogged. And he did. Natalie was scooping rice onto plates when he entered. She paused, looked up at him, smiled. It wasn't a happy smile.
Natalie.
Can we pray over the food and get a few bites in before we ruin lunch? She sounded so defeated, so disappointed. That was good, in kind of a weird way, wasn't it? Scott just set his Bible down and went to wash his hands at the kitchen sink. When he prayed, he focused on the meal and left out their argument. Audibly, that is. In his heart, he pleaded for wisdom and understanding. He pleaded for grace. Natalie broke the silence first. I realized something while I was making the stew.
Yeah?
There. That was safe enough, non-committal enough. You think I'm upset because I want my way, because I want to give you something you think you don't want or that I can't afford to give you.
Well, wasn't she? Yeah, there was the whole trust thing, but that came after he'd pointed out their family rules, so...
I also think, she continued, one eye on him as she took another bite. A sigh escaped. I think you're worried about what people will think if they see what I give you and decide it's too much, or they assume you spent mission money on it. I think... Natalie set down her fork. Scott, I think the fear of man has your good sense in a chokehold.
Now, wait a minute.
When Scott realized he hadn't actually said it, he didn't know if he was angrier or relieved. Instead, he managed to ask,
How do you figure?
Can you honestly tell me that you never once thought about what others might think if I bought you a Maserati? Call him an idiot, but Scott couldn't help but say,
You buy me one of those and I'll find a way to forgive you.
Instead of picking up a forkful of rice and adding bits of the stew to it, Natalie began stirring it all together. She must be upset. So, then I got to thinking more.
This is sounding dangerous.
At least that time she smiled. We're not married. Not yet. Scott tried not to focus on the fact that she hadn't added, and maybe we never will be. I think you think I'd respond the same way if we were. She leaned forward and watched him for a moment before sitting back again and saying, I wouldn't.
But...
She waved him off with her fork, and rice went flying. The fact that she didn't notice told him how upset she really was. So here's the thing. I like strong men, strong-minded, stubborn men, especially you. I like that you have convictions and live by them, and if I married you, I'd make them mine too. For the first time since she'd made it clear that the $20 gift limit wasn't even in the ballpark of what she'd done for him, Scott relaxed. Maybe he had gotten it wrong. But we're not married. As a member of your church, I'll submit to biblical spiritual leadership from you. When he nodded at that, she closed her eyes and continued, her lack of confidence that he understood clear in every word. As a single woman, I do not have to submit my will to yours, and if your idea of husband leadership is to compel me to submit, then this won't work. The idea revolted him.
That's not submission at all.
I agree, so why do we have a problem? Because, like it or not, how they spent their money did reflect on the ministry. He just didn't know how to make her understand that. She talked about trust, but it went both ways. I can see what you're thinking, you know. When he looked up at her, she offered a sad, weak smile. You think I don't understand that how you spend your money reflects on the whole ministry.
Almost word for word.
She nodded and pushed away her plate. Scott, listen, I agree. But here's the thing. My money isn't our money yet. Your money isn't our money yet. You keep treating this situation as if we're already married, but we're not. And you're so set on how right you are that I don't feel like I can yield, even though I want to.
Whoa, that changed everything. Wait, stop. You want to give up the gift?
Yep, I do. The joy of giving it to you is gone. I couldn't care less about the stupid thing. You can have it now, or I can send it back." That struck a blow to his heart, to his pride.
"Natalie, I'm sorry. I
"Have spent 30 years doing things your way and not having to work things out with someone else." She folded her arms onto the table and dropped her head on them. "Ezra reminded me."
I really didn't hear you. I thought you were focused on getting your way."
With her head turned to one side, she watched him with weary, wary eyes. "In a way, I was. Just not in the way you think."
"Wanna know what I'm most concerned about?"
If the movement was a nod, he was golden. If not, she'd kill him.
That you were ready to call it done before we'd talked it out.
"I wasn't," she argued. "I asked you to pray. If you weren't willing to pray—" That stopped her. "Did you?" He nodded. "What did the Lord say?" Scott sighed.
"Be at peace."
"With all men," Natalie finished with him. "Me too." A text message arrived from Ezra. All it said was 1 Peter 3:7. He turned the screen to show Natalie, and her eyebrows drew together as she tried to place it. "Nope, got nothing."
"Husbands, in the same way, treat your wives with consideration as a delicate vessel, and with honor as fellow heirs of the gracious gift of life, so that your prayers will not be hindered."
Her lips twisted. "But I'm not your wife." His broke into a grin.
"Yet."
She eyed him. "We'll talk it out. When this kind of thing happens, we'll talk it out. Not you'll talk and I'll just deal."
"We'll talk."
Maybe sitting in the kitchen with plates of half-eaten rice and stew was a lousy place to do it, but Scott couldn't wait any longer. He reached for her hand and laced their fingers together. Everything in him said to gaze into her eyes, make it romantic. Instead, he could barely choke out the words for the emotion.
"I love you."
Natalie sat up and watched him before smiling, tentative at first, and then bold, carefree, joyful. "I love you too." Epilogue. June 14th. As Ezra wrestled with her sandwich board and prepared to lower it to the dock, the monotones, the Book of Love, began to rock out somewhere in the main cabin. Finding a bookish song for a ringtone hadn't been easy. Most had lyrics that were suspect at best. Others, well, even if she didn't have a responsibility to avoid the appearance of evil, she wouldn't have wanted that garbage belting out of her pocket or purse. Dad had mentioned the old monotones song, and at first it hadn't done much for her. Cute, sure, but Book of Love was too generic for what she wanted. Then they got to Chapter 1 and 2 and 3. That's all it had taken. Except that, with her sandwich board now abandoned on deck, she couldn't find her phone anywhere. It sounded like it was coming from the horror section, ironically enough. And there it was, wedged, how she didn't know, between Frankenstein and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. The screen said it was Mallory. That made sense. She was approaching her due date. Perhaps Mallory wasn't sleeping again. Well, it wasn't her fault this time. "Hello, Mallory, you all right?"
"It's Benjamin. Hang on. I'll put the phone on speaker and go tell the others to leave her alone."
A few murmurs, what sounded like a kiss, and a whimper caught her off guard. "Wait, what's the due date? You're an aunt, Ezra?" As delighted and happy as Mallory sounded, she was crazy quiet. "Benji's sleeping. Sorry, can you hear me?" "He's here? It's a boy?" In that moment, all Ezra's prior irritation at being cheated out of a gender reveal vanished. "And Benjamin went for Benji?
A giggle followed. Mallory Hornigold giggled. Would wonders never cease?
It's amazing what guys will agree to after they watch what labor looks like. If he still agrees in 6 weeks, then I'll count it as a success. Are you feeling all right?
Ezra had always felt a little younger than Mallory, mostly due to their personality differences. Mallory wasn't as forthright and intense as she was, probably that Southern upbringing. From what she'd always seen, it rivaled British aristocracy for appearances.
Now that I've had a nap.
A soft shh followed as the baby made minor protests and then quieted again.
Sorry, it's been about 12 hours now. I'm fuzzy, but I waited since you'd be asleep, and then I was asleep, and...
That amused Ezra for reasons she couldn't explain.
You don't have to apologize for taking care of you and your family. I'm just so excited. Did you get a picture for me? Benjamin's gonna send one when he gets back. I was exposed when he left, and the other ones are on his phone, which is dead. You know, the one he didn't bring a charger for.
If Mallory hadn't sounded so amused, Ezra would have sworn she was irked.
But everything went okay. You and baby are well?
A groan followed.
Sorry, shifted. Depends on how you define okay and well. Let's just say that I really hope the thing about how you forget it all isn't just another old wives' tale.
Rough, huh? Whatever Mallory might have said, the infant Benji made an adorable, soft noise, and she sighed.
Worth every bit of it, though. Since we're on the islands and I bled a bit more than they like, they're keeping me another night, just to be sure.
Makes sense. Her lifelong assumption that she'd call in a midwife for her births, if God ever saw fit to bring along a husband to make those things possible, got squashed right there. Nope. Hospitals sounded pretty good right about now.
I can't wait to see him. I'm sending a package tomorrow. I've been waiting so I'd know what to send since someone kept secrets. It's biblical. David said he was made in the secret place. I just respected that is all.
Mallory sighed.
Don't regret it either.
That's when Ezra realized that sigh had been a yawn.
Should I let you go? You need to sleep if little man is sleeping, don't you? I'm not as tired as I sound. Tell me what's up there. Is your dad still smitten and dragging his feet?
Her dad. Mallory had been calling for updates ever since Christmas.
He's trying so hard, learning that balance between being strong and firm in what he knows he needs to do and yet learning how to be considerate in how he does it. Any good flubs lately? Seriously, when you told me he asked if they could reschedule her birthday dinner so he could play volleyball with the teens from church.
Ezra decided if she were going to talk, she might as well unpack the latest shipment of U.S. bestsellers.
Yeah, not his brighter move, but at least he figured it out before the end of the game. That he left and came straight to her to apologize really meant a lot to her, and she doesn't get as upset about things as I do. Benjamin and I were talking about that the other day. He was surprised that you'd lost it like you did and that it became an issue for you to deal with. Well, I told him it was like Emma Thompson in Sense and Sensibility. Once you did let loose in the one area you tried to hide, mostly from yourself, you just came apart.
She'd never thought of it that way, but she had spent years repressing resentment. Problem was, she hadn't realized she was doing it until it all bubbled up and boiled over.
I'm with Benjamin, though. It's not like me to keep stuff stamped down like that. You're hot or cold, sure, Mallory insisted. But you're also easygoing as a general rule. You get excited or angry and bubble over. Other times, you just stay cool and let things glide over you like skates on ice. I think you convinced yourself that you were wrong to resent things, so you stuffed it down. All subconsciously, of course.
Maybe. Anyway, our relationship's better than ever. He even calls to tell me if he's going to be late, even if he knows I won't be home. It's not perfect, but he's trying.
A lifetime of unintentional selfishness doesn't disappear with a prayer for forgiveness and an apology, Mallory mused. But it sounds like his repentance was genuine anyway.
As much as she wanted to explain how beautiful the change was, Ezra just couldn't. Instead, she shifted the conversation to Natalie. After the gift thing, Natalie was skittish.
Rightfully so,
Mallory insisted. True, but she told me the other day that she's glad it happened. It made them take time and see what kind of problems they'd have to work through. I think she suspected that Dad was going to propose around Christmas. It was just too soon, but neither of them saw it until, well, it became glaringly obvious. A nurse came in the room, saying something to Mallory about putting the baby in the bassinet and taking a shower.
Just as soon as I'm done talking to my friend, Mallory insisted. She's on the other side of the world, so I need to do this while we're both awake.
5 minutes, the woman warned. Mallory's tone dropped to that level Ezra knew too well. Oh, you're in for it.
I'll hit the call button when I'm done.
At least the nurse didn't argue. The distinct sound of hospital curtains sliding on those weird little rails on the ceiling signaled the woman's retreat.
You told her? She probably doesn't mean to bully me, but that's how it feels.
This time, it was a sigh that escaped.
I know they're busy. Everyone's short-staffed these days, but still, 5 minutes? Ha!
Well, good for you. I'll have to remember to be firm if I'm ever sitting where you are, so to speak. Mallory picked up the conversation as if they hadn't been interrupted.
So, is the freelancing still working?
Yes, she's making enough to be able to stay, barely. Says it's teaching her to be more careful with her money. She says when you have a good income, you can think you're being frugal if you're saving regularly, but that doesn't mean you're not blowing a lot of it.
She's right.
Anyway, Ezra continued, Sister Leota and her kids are battling it out about her going into a residential home. Sister says she won't leave her father. The kids are worried about her. So, Dad and I are going to talk to them about maybe a compromise. Natalie living there in exchange for helping around the house and driving her places.
That sounds great. I've got a bit of support lined up whenever you figure out if it's worth it to do all the visa transfers and stuff. I mean, if your dad wants to propose.
There, Ezra sighed. I don't know what's holding him back. I mean, I get it, I do. But seriously, it's June. He's missed all the good days already.
I bet,
Mallory said with a nauseating and obnoxiously dreamy tone to her voice.
She'll think whatever the day is will be just perfect.
That's it. You're tired, and probably headed for a hormone crash. Go take that shower and cry out all you can. I'll call you in a few days. She started to ring off with, love you, and stopped herself. And send me pictures, and kiss those cheeks for me. Christmas Eve. They'd planned the proposal down to the last bit. Okay, they'd planned it for last Christmas Eve, but when the whole gift thing blew up, Dad decided that maybe they were rushing things. He was right, but Ezra didn't have to like it. Instead, he spent the year learning consideration for others, a weird thing to think about when Ezra considered how selfless he was. But he repented, before the church even, and asked for accountability from everyone in the congregation, from the elders down to the kids. He didn't say it, but Natalie and Ezra both knew he wished he could leave the Karen sisters out of the request. Natalie's side jobs kept her financially above water, barely.
She didn't like waiting for a proposal any more than Ezra did, but the reduced income helped to teach her how to live on less and with less. She'd even moved in with Sister Leota, finally. The old gal would miss her once Dad finally quit putting off for tomorrow what Ezra thought he should have done yesterday. Meanwhile, Ezra had spent the entire year trying to convince him that every single special day under the sun would be perfect. New Year's Day? "Dad, it's a new year. Perfect time to start a new life." He'd said that it was still too soon. Valentine's Day? "It's the day of love and romance. Even the original St. Valentine was self-sacrificial and wrote letters to his congregation. You could write out your proposal." He'd said it was too cliché. Easter? "Dad, it's perfect. The time of resurrection and new life, together, serving the Lord." That one had just earned her a raised eyebrow. Well, she deserved it, she supposed. Founders Week? "Okay, Dad. This one's the one. You found her. Get it?" At least he'd smiled at that one. Independence Day? "This one's perfect. She'll be giving up her independence, and so will you." Dad said it was dumb, and he was right. No wonder Natalie called him a know-it-all when she was irked. Mallory had suggested Labor Day, likely since she'd just gone through that day with Benji herself, so to speak. She'd said, "Tell him it's a perfect day to propose, a reminder of all the pain he'll put her through." That suggestion Ezra left off. Besides, it wasn't a Suamalie holiday anyway. By the time they got to Thanksgiving, even Natalie was getting impatient and talking about how she had to decide if she should take clients for the new year or just go home to Mississippi. Still, Ezra's, "Dad, you're so thankful for her. What more could you want?" flopped. But here she was, tying fishing line to a hibiscus, or a hibiscus, ball, hanging from a plant hook she'd screwed into the ceiling. It better hold. Dad would take Natalie under it, and since she'd let him give her a kiss on the forehead the year before, he figured he might be able to finagle a real kiss, short and sweet, he promised, when she wasn't looking.
"Here she comes."
The hissed words came from the kitchen where Dad was keeping watch for Natalie's arrival for the candlelight service. Stubborn Dad, determined to have his Christmas Eve proposal, or that's how Ezra told the story. Dad said he just hadn't gotten a clear green light from the Lord until a couple of days before, whatever that meant. Ezra pulled back into the hallway and tried not to tug on the line as she did. Dad greeted Natalie and teased her all the way across the floor.
"I've waited a year to get you back under this thing."
"Scott."
"I'll keep it appropriate, I promise."
"I'll bet you will." That thought was when Ezra realized she couldn't see when to pull. Peering around the corner, she watched it all play out, and a romantic side of herself she often forgot existed poked her and said, "Don't settle. Wait for this." And she would. Scott Keel cupped Natalie's face in his hand and smiled into her eyes.
"I love you."
"I know." She tried to wink and failed. Not for the first time, either. "I'm still not making out with you, even under that thing."
"Wouldn't ask you to. Today, anyway."
He bent to kiss her forehead, and almost ruined it by grinning when her eyes closed. Perfection. The moment he released her, hibiscus flowers rained down on them. Natalie's wince hinted where the ring had landed. Scott laughed and plucked it out of her hair.
"I'd go down on one knee, but considering I'm nearing replacement age, I figure I should spare it. So will you marry me, even if I'm too decrepit to be romantic?"
The nearly unflappable, Christmas gifts notwithstanding, Natalie couldn't answer. Her tears and the jerky nod would have to do for a yes. When her lips smashed against his, well, if that wasn't a yes, nothing was. Ezra, ever the delightful, optimistic, totally annoying little brat that she was, let out an exasperated sigh. It's about time. The end. This is Krista Del Sorbo. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Under the Hibiscus, a Suamalie Islands noella by Chautona Havig. No part of this production may be used to train artificial intelligence of any kind or in any way. Thank you for listening.